Thank you. Good morning and welcome to the HART Board Meeting of November 2nd, 2020. For the first time, our meeting format is hybrid. We have a quorum physically present at the county center, and the rest of the board members are participating virtually. We're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. If you're not in a room with a flag, you can see an image of the flag displayed on your screens. So please join me now in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Brewer, is there some problem why staff cannot take attendance? Call the roll.
Yes, ma'am. We had a technical snag there. We are ready now. Danielle, you can go ahead and call the roll.
Thank you.
Danielle from HART. Please say here after your name is called. Director Castor.
Here.
Director Hudson. Here. Director Johnson.
Here.
Director Kemp. Director Knight. Here. Director McLean.
Here.
Director Overman. Here. Director Schisler.
Here.
Director Smith, or Chair Smith, I apologize.
That's fine. Here.
Director Frazier. Here. Director Vieira.
Here.
Madam Chair, you do have quorum.
At this point, HART General Counsel Julia Mandel will read into the record our rules for participation in the virtual meeting. Good morning, Ms. Mandel.
That there is a quorum physically present in the room on the 26th floor of the Hillsborough County Center, so that is clear for the record. Thank you for your participation in this hybrid meeting. This meeting requires a physical quorum which is present in the physical location of County Center, 601 East Kennedy Boulevard, 26th floor. The rest of the board members have chosen to participate virtually. For those participating virtually, please keep your devices and phones muted when not speaking. Muting the sound and microphone on your device helps avoid feedback. You may enable the video camera on your device, but please discontinue all personal conversations for the duration of the meeting. Note that the quality of your video will depend on your internet connection. Please follow along with a copy of the meeting agenda and materials sent via email. All presentations will be shared on screen while presented for all meeting participants. Roll call has been taken for attendance and will be taken for voting by HART staff. Quorum and voting results will be announced. There will be an opportunity for members of the public who have pre-registered with HART staff to provide comments I understand that there is no public comment and nobody has registered to speak, although I understand there are some people who are watching the meeting. So I just wanted to make that clear for the record. Since there is no public comment, I'm not going to go ahead and read the public comment participation rules. When you want to provide a comment or ask a question, please signal that you want to speak by activating the hand button, which is in the white circle next to your name on your screen, and that is for both those who are attending in person and those who are attending virtually. The hand will turn blue when activated. The names of raised hands will be called in order for the chair to acknowledge. Then the participant may unmute their device or mic and speak. Please speak your name before you comment. Presenters, please note that all presentations will be controlled by HART staff. Ensure that your name, title, company, organization is stated for the record. Please say next slide when needed, and staff will progress through the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mandel. Board members, we have a very full agenda today. A full 3.5 hours is scheduled for the 4 presentations of the CEO candidates, along with our discussions on that item. And we have several additional items of business we need to take care of today. So let's all try to be as brief as possible in our remarks as we go through this agenda. And everyone, please feel free to eat lunch. I understand that there are some snacks in the boardroom. Wherever you are, take care of yourselves and we'll get through this long meeting. Please note that item number 11, the CEO interviews, are scheduled for time certains, starting at 10 a.m. So wherever we are in the agenda at 10 a.m., we will skip ahead to that item. So let's see how much we can get done before 10 a.m. Item number 2, approval of the minutes. We have 2 sets to approve, and as noted in your agenda. So that motion to approve both sets of minutes by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Kemp. Any discussion? Seeing none. Ms. Arthur, please take a roll call vote.
Thank you very much. Director Castor?
Yes.
Director Hudson? Director Kemp?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Director McLean?
Yes.
Director Overman?
Yes.
Director Schisler?
Yes.
Director Smith?
Yes.
Director Frazier? Director Vieira? Director Williams? Unanimously, thank you.
Great. And so that motion passed. Public input, I understand, and I'll confirm one more time for the record with staff that there is no one pre-registered who wishes to comment on our meeting today.
That is correct, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Recognition of outgoing board members. Mr. Adam Harden was appointed to the HART Board of Directors by the County Commission in 2017. During his 3-year term on the HART Board, Director Harden served as HART Board appointee on the MPO and the Tampa Historic Streetcar Board. He chaired HART Finance and Audit Committee, served on the Transit-Oriented Development Ad Hoc Committee, the Claims and Litigation Committee, and was a member of the Affordable Housing Advisory Board. Mr. David Mechanic is HART's longest-serving HART board member from 1995, when Governor Lawton Chiles appointed him to the board. Mr. Mechanic was HART board chair in 1998. He served again from 2002 to 2012, during which time he was chair again in the years 2004 and 2005. Most recently, David Mechanic served as the Hillsborough County appointee for 3 years, from 2017 to 2020. Mr. Mechanic is not a sprinter, he's a HART marathoner. During his last term on the HART board, Director Mechanic served as our appointee on the MPO and the Tampa Historic Streetcar Board, of which he was a co-founder. He chaired the Claims and Litigation Committee and the Transit-Oriented Development Committee, and he served on the Finance and Audit Committee and the Operations and Safety Committee. And that brings us to Commissioner Les Miller. who joined the HART Board of Directors in November of 2016. He was elected HART Board Chair in just a few months of his service on the board. And in January 2017, and then he was reelected to chair and continued chairing the board through July 2020. All three of these outgoing members will receive a crystal bus in honor of their dedication. And if you've ever seen that, that's a beautiful memento. And I know I speak for all of us in saying all three of these board members deserve more time than we can give them on our agenda today. But we hope you will keep in touch and continue helping us with your suggestions and ideas as we all work together to move transit forward in our community. Mr. Harden, Mr. Mechanic, and Commissioner Miller, thank you all for your years of service on the board. And I don't see any one of those with us today. So that constitutes our farewell to those board members who have served HART so well. Thank you. And that brings us to welcoming our new board members. On November 21st, the County Commission made its citizen appointments to the HART Board of Directors. And I would like to welcome back Director Marvin Knight, who was reappointed for a second 3-year term. And we will welcome aboard 2 new board members, Eric Johnson and Rena Upshaw Frazier. You can find their bios in your packet under Section 5. And on behalf of the directors and staff of HART, let me say that we all extend a warm welcome to you both. And thank you for stepping up to serve HART. And thank you, Director Knight, for stepping back up to serve another term. Mr. Johnson, would you like to say a very quick hello?
I'll definitely be brief. On my first day, I don't want to get the chair mad at me for dragging on too long, but I'll quickly, I look forward to working with all of you. I think that we've got a lot of stuff to do here, and I'm looking forward to being able to move the organization forward. And I'm looking forward to, really being able to learn from everybody here, and hopefully we'll be able to get a lot of things done together. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Frazier, would you like to say hello?
Everyone, I really appreciate the appointment to the board as a Hillsborough County resident, native resident, and a longtime resident of Brandon. I consider it an honor to be here, and I really look forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you both for volunteering to join this board. It's a lot of work, but it's very rewarding. And that takes us to a board appointment. Now that Director Harden's term has ended, we have a vacancy for a member and an alternate on the Affordable Housing Advisory Board. Before we open that up, Commissioner Overman, you are the chair of that board. I was thinking that most of our appointments can wait until elections, and we see we may be welcoming more board members on in just a couple of weeks. Are you sure that that we should go ahead and make this appointment today rather than waiting?
I appreciate that consideration. There is a very robust agenda with the Affordable Housing Advisory Board that is moving forward in the fourth quarter as well as the first quarter. And as this is a position that is a representative of the transit agency, right now that's a big deal. As you know, this meeting, along with the Affordable Housing Advisory Board, were actually scheduled at the same time when I came into office, and I thought it might be a good idea to separate the two because it was critically important that we had the connection between affordable housing and transit as being part of our smart growth plan. We have had, our current members have had some, have indicated some interest. And so while I believe that, yes, the board may change, I think it would also be very helpful for us to have that position filled before February, which means if we don't do it today, we won't have a position with the voice of HART mission until then. So that's why I asked to put it on today's agenda and would invite those that are interested in the position to offer their commitment to that process as we can bring it forward today. So I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. And thanks for letting me put you on the spot just to clarify why we're moving forward with this appointment today. Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
Thank you. I really think we should be putting this off till January for a few reasons. We will have shifts on the board. It looks like this position began in November of 2019 and it ends in November of 2022. And I had heard at first that we were just doing this for a few months, but this would be for 2 years to come, apparently. And I really think at this point it would be unwise as well. I think the kind of HART presence that is needed on the Affordable Housing Board is one of understanding the transit system, more a technical presence than a board presence would be, I think, advisable. Like, as I find is true in a lot of different boards that we have, where it's more not a voting board member, but kind of more an advisory and technical presence that's needed actually at all. But I would really I would really ask Commissioner Overman to put this off until December, January, when we figure out our board, because I think it would be really important to really have a chance to consider this carefully.
All right. And without seeing any further discussion, I think Commissioner Overman has made her position clear, is correct. And we will move ahead. So Ms. Mandel, HART General Counsel, will lead us through the election process.
Yes, first I would call for any nominations from the board for the person to serve on the Affordable Housing Advisory Board as the HART representative. So I'd ask for a nomination.
This is Director McLean. I nominate Director Hudson, if he is willing, of course, as always.
If necessary.
So for the record, Director Hudson has been nominated and there has been a second. Are there any other nominations? Hearing that there are no other nominations, I would ask that there be an action of the board to place Director Hudson as the HART representative on the Affordable Housing Advisory Board. An action on that.
Vera moves.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Ms. Mandel, I think you still have the floor.
I think at this point, Ms. Arthur needs to call for the vote, to ask for the vote.
Good morning, this is Danielle from HART. Please say yes or no after your name is.
Yes.
Yes.
I apologize, I had to switch mics. Director Johnson,
Yes.
Director Kemp,
Yes.
Director Knight,
Yes.
Director McLean. Director Overman,
Yes.
Director Schisler,
Yes.
Chair Smith,
Yes.
Director Frazier, Director Vieira,
Yes.
and Director Williams.
Would you voted on
We're voting on affordable housing, Tyler Hudson to be a member of the Affordable Housing Committee.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair. Thank you very much.
Sure. And thank you very much, Director Hudson, for your willingness to serve HART on the Affordable Housing Board. And we appreciate that. Okay. There's the consent agenda. Any questions by board members for staff on these items or a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve the consent agenda by Director Overman.
Do I have a?
We're having difficulty hearing those in the boardroom.
Consent agenda, is there a second?
McLean seconded.
Great. So we've got a motion by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Director McLean. Please take a roll call vote for the consent agenda.
Yes. Director Castor,
Yes.
Director Hudson, Director Johnson,
Yes.
Director Kemp,
Yes.
Director Knight,
Yes.
Director McLean, Director Overman,
Yes.
Director Schisler,
Yes.
Chair Smith,
Yes.
Director Frazier, Director Vieira,
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. And that brings us to item 8, our legislative priorities for fiscal year 2021. Ms. Lorena Hardwick, Director of Government Relations, will lead us through this item. Ms. Hardwick, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Smith. Just making sure everyone can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. In front of you, and I'm trying to look at my screen here to see if the presentation is up, but in front of you, you'll shortly have the PowerPoint presentation to talk a little bit about our local and state policy advocacy. We did talk about this at the committee level. We briefed Director Kemp. We brought it over to the Legislative Affairs and Strategic Planning Committee. And what we're asking today of our board is just to, we'll quickly go through these, but we will ask that you please approve this and that you go forward as our partner and move these forward in the upcoming legislative season. As we have stated in the past, this is not a one-year done list. This is an overview of what the current needs are. Obviously, we will be having an election taking place tomorrow. So as we move forward with this, we have to take into account that even if the current administration stays, there will be some changes on the federal level, and that we will have some new priorities or some new, not priorities, but some new funding opportunities at the federal level. Next page, please. On the local side of things, we will be looking for local and state partnerships when we are looking forward to our electric charging stations. I know that electric vehicles are one of the things that we will be looking forward to in this upcoming year. We won't have a contract for electric buses. So looking to see what corridors those buses are running and finding some incentives to help us with the charging station. Next slide, please. These are the next upcoming slides will showcase the 2 statutes that we will be closely looking at the state level. We are looking to try to make transit more of an eligible and prioritized funding, specifically through the strategic intermodal system. Next slide, please. And then we are looking to do some amendments and have conversations around statute 341.303. And specifically when we're looking at rail, anywhere where it says rail in this particular statute, we are hoping to work with our local and regional partners. This has been an initiative many of you have seen through the transportation management with the TMA, looking at fixed guideway projects and opening that up again to try to be creative and find different funding avenues for transit so that it not all has to come through the transportation fund and FDOT. Next slide, please. As we move forward, HART is going to be looking at our radio communications project. Internally, this has been identified as a priority. With Super Bowl coming up, we want to make sure that as we work with our partners at the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, we are able to leverage their 17 antennas. Currently, HART has access to one antenna, so there will be a level of redundancy if we're able to partner with HCSO to make our radio communications more robust. Our studies that we will be looking forward to, CSX and our ERT studies, and of course, we'd like to maintain a fare-free streetcar service in the next couple of years. Next slide, please. And this is just our bread and butter. These are the grants that HART always goes for. These are some of the grants that we have been very successful in the last couple of years. Buses and bus facilities, low to no emission. We will definitely be placing a priority on the maintenance facility, our own maintenance building, and how we can move forward and find dollars to either rebuild and or remodel and expand. And then here are some of the other grant opportunities that currently exist that would be beneficial for HART, but again, these are going to always flow. If there are, next slide, please. Just wanted to say thank you. I know that this is always kind of a moving target. I will say that at the state level, radio communications will be our priority. We'll be looking at very creative ways to try and garner some dollars for that particular project. And we will have the support, of course, of our legislative partners at Holland Ignite. But if there are no questions, would love for the board to partner.
Move approval. This is Director Overman. I'll move approval.
Motion for approval. Do I have a second?
Second, Vieira.
Vieira, okay. Approval by Commissioner Overman, a second by Councilman Vieira. Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized. Commissioner Kemp, yeah. You're muted, Commissioner Kemp.
Thank you. This came through the policy committee earlier. When it came through the policy committee, it said something like amending a statute without naming the statute and without talking about what kind of amendment that would be. So I asked for clarification on that and I got it. And if we could put up the slide you had with 341 on it, Ms. Hardwick, because I want to discuss that.
We'll get there.
There, we passed it. 341. Okay, so I think this is really significant to ask to do this, to ask to amend 341. And it was an action that was taken a couple years ago as well, pushed by TBARDA. And so amending this, what this statute does is it creates funding for Miami's Tri-Rail and Orlando Sunrail, of which I would like to join them with our CSX rail. And that's what we have stated as a board is a priority. However, this would change that. And I can tell you first off that I went to see Lynx and Sunrail a couple years ago, and afterwards, a committee in Orlando met with me, and I was rather taken aback. They knew I was on TBARDA, and we describe as having regional partners, but they consider us very hostile because TBARDA was pushing this to try to take away their funding for their Sunrail and for the Tri-Rail programs. I don't understand why we are attacking this funding source that they value and that we should also value as them being part of our region, rather than trying to attempt to do a new funding source for BRT. The other thing is what is designed here would not help Hillsborough County one little bit. It says intercity rail or intercity fixed guideway. Intercity is between cities. We do not have a project between cities. We are unique in the state of Florida for only having 3 jurisdictions: Tampa, Temple Terrace, and Plant City. These other places like Miami-Dade, Broward, Palm Beach, and Pinellas have 20, 30, 40 places that they could put this BRT. We have right now the BRT project that we're serious about, from USF to downtown, that we're moving ahead. It would not be eligible for funding under this. We don't have intercity BRT here that could benefit by this. This is, when I asked about it, they said this is something that Pinellas would like, but this is not something that would benefit us. This change in particular, in any way, we could not get funding for our BRT, and we would lose possible funding for our CSX as we moved ahead. So I would make a motion that we would move this forward, the legislative agenda, but for removing the 341 for further discussion for the future, and how we might want to do that or work in that. So that my motion would be to move ahead with the legislative agenda, but to...
Excuse me, your motion is to amend, I believe, because there's
yes.
a motion on the floor to approve.
Right.
So you're moving to amend it to remove this part.
Right.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
That's okay. That's okay. That's my motion, is to amend to remove this in particular, because I think this wouldn't, in fact, I know this does not benefit us in any way, and in fact takes away an opportunity for us. So it's not something that Hillsborough County should be seeking.
Thank you. So we have a motion to amend the proposed legislative priorities to remove this one bit of it. Is there, that would remove this bit about amending applicable statutes to create new funding allocations for fixed guideway projects under this state statute, 341.303. Essentially asking to add projects rather than rail, expand the funding opportunities to projects other than rail. Do we have a second?
But can I say also importantly, only intercity, that word, but go ahead, I'm sorry.
Right, exactly. So do we have a second to the motion to amend by pulling out this one thing?
Director McLean. I have a question, not a second.
Looking for a second before we continue with discussion.
Yes, sir. I'll second for discussion only.
Councilman Schisler. Director, let's see, in order, but go ahead, Director McLean, you're recognized.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. If in fact this is, as Commissioner Kemp mentioned, then I'm a little dismayed that it's on the agenda, but I want to make sure that her claims that we could not use these funds is a valid claim. And so I'll reach back to our legislative representative there to either validate it is or isn't. Because I'm under the assumption that it is something we could use. Also, I've been tracking Sunrail over in Orlando too. They're up at, they're past their 7-year point, or will be coming up on their 7-year point. So the funding, or let me put it this way, that pot of money is somewhat up for, I won't say grabs, but it's available for amending. So just if we can validate that is the case as opposed to going through the whole process of voting, so we know which one is which.
Ms.
Sure, Dr. McLean,
Hardwick.
This is Lorraine. Conversations that I've had, and these have been taking place for a while at the TMA. And what are some of the things that we as a region and as partners with other entities can support that would allow for just opportunities for growth and expansion? The way that I see it, and the way, or at least the way that it has been explained, and the conversations that I've had, is expanding it to include to not just be rail, but to include the guide, the guideways would be beneficial for the transit agencies. Yes, Director Kemp is correct that there are absolutely more benefits to other regions. Hillsborough County right now, we don't have BRT that goes from here into Temple Terrace, the BRT that goes from here into Plant City. Is that something in the future that, could happen? Maybe. But as it stands, again, we were just looking at avenues where it could expand a statute and expand a particular funding mechanism, not to try and take away from others, but, and I get that, right? Like you're sharing, we're now sharing, but in expanding it, the idea would be that more funding could potentially roll through that area if we're looking at, rail, but we're also looking at a fixed guideway. So expanding that definition, that it shouldn't just be rail, but it can also include buses.
Thank you. Mr. McLean, does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. And just to further the discussion, I mean, I'm an advocate for pursuing any areas that would possibly open up funding sources for us. I know rail is a contentious issue, and I understand CSX and the need for it here. However, I think we're a ways away from that. But I, for one, would look at this and say, yes, we ought to proceed with this because it does provide one more avenue for us to pursue for funding for HART and for transit within the local community. Thank you.
Thank you. And so I'm just realizing that the name I see here for Corbin is you, Mr. McLean, correct?
Yes, I'm alias Corbin today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And there we go. And Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you. And I do appreciate Director or Commissioner Kemp's comments. I think having our legislative team make recommendations to increase participation and eligibility, whether it be for rail or BRT or commuter rail related projects, is what we're looking for here, and to make sure that we're putting appropriations at the top of the list for funding so that we could in fact move several items forward. For example, our CSX project and study. So I'm not sure having intercity is as detrimental as it may appear. I'll defer to your expertise here, but I'm not sure this would preclude us from participating, given that we only have 3 cities, because it does say or, and it is a specific appropriation goal that we have in moving our CSX study forward and being able to begin preparing for a start of FTA starts grant. So I'm still questioning that, and I appreciate your input there. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Williams, you're recognized.
My question was answered earlier from Mr. McLean asked a similar question. I think I'm satisfied. Thank you. I'll hand down.
Thank you. Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
Thank you. I can tell you that I very specifically through the MPO researched this same issue, asked how this came up, and I was told because Pinellas wants to pay, which they can. They want to get resources for their St. Pete to the Beaches, BRT. I'm all about it. But we do not benefit by this at all, by the word intercity being on there. Does not benefit us at all. It benefits Miami-Dade, it benefits Broward, it benefits Palm Beach, it benefits Orlando or Osceola and Orange and whatever else. It benefits Pinellas. This is not a benefit to us. So, and I was very much assured by transportation experts and people that deal with this that that would preclude us from getting. We wouldn't get funding for CSX going from USF to downtown. In fact, they said that they were trying to change it to between job centers or between residential and job centers as opposed to intercity because of the lack of access we would have to any of these funds. So I would suggest that we remove intercity at very least from this because that very much kills our opportunities at all. And so I will withdraw my amendment and make another amendment that says that we remove intercity from this proposal.
Motion to amend was withdrawn. A new motion to amend is put forward just to remove the word intercity from our lobbying efforts to press forward changing, opening up the funding that's in state statute 341. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Motion to amend by Commissioner Kemp, second by Commissioner Overman to just take this small piece of our legislative agenda and make sure that our HART lobbying efforts are targeted to broadening that statute, but taking out the word intercity, so it will benefit all of us. Any discussion to this amendment? I've got, let's see who's next. Director Hudson.
Hey, thanks. I assume everyone can hear me. So my concern with how specific this portion of the presentation is that I think we're giving the staff a little bit of inconsistent guidance. On the one hand, if it's our priority to diversify state funding sources, I think that's an admirable goal that we probably all share. But I think we're getting kind of in the weeds here. I mean, Chapter 341 is the Florida Public Transit Act. It is replete with references to a rail program. I mean, this is sort of the state framework for rail projects. And so I don't want us to get the sense that by changing one definition in this statute, we accomplish perhaps what we want to do. This is a rail statute, and there are some provisions for other mass transit programs. But if we want to have a new funding source for BRT, it strikes me that the better charge to staff in Holland and Knight would be to come back to us with some more specific ways to achieve that. I'm concerned that just doing Control F and find and replace intercity rail service with the other definition, that alone is not sufficient. It's a necessary condition, but it's not a sufficient one. So a question that I have to Lorena and staff is, how firm are these priorities? If we pass these, can we come back in a month or two with some better guidance from the team on what we're trying to accomplish here? Because I don't think this specificity accomplishes it.
Thank you, Director Hudson. This is Lorena Hardwick with HART. These are they're not firm in the sense that these get passed. There's nothing we can do to change something. They're firm in the sense that it gives us a guidance and it gives us direction as to how to move forward with our legislative team and with our partners locally and in the region. So again, these two specific ones were something that, as they were being crafted, it was discussed with the Hillsborough MPO, with the Pinellas MPO, with PSTA, and we were just trying to, create a sense of unity in how we're moving forward and making some of these asks. So, when we briefed or when we had these initial meetings and, specifically with, with our commissioners and with the committee, there obviously there was conversation as to, what specifically are we trying to target in these particular statutes. So that's why we went ahead for, the board presentation to put the actual statute there just to kind of give it a little bit more of a robust, look and to see what exactly we're talking about. So I guess to your point of your question is, we can move forward with an amendment to say, we would like to move forward with, of course, finding more creative ways to fund buses and to fund transit, true transit like with buses like with HART, but, also gives us the flexibility that we can come back to you. We absolutely can come back to you with Holland and Knight and say, hey, listen, we've looked at 341 or we've looked at another statute and we think that we can find some avenues where we can work with a few legislators and say, hey, let's expand, this part of it. Can we work on, again, the whole point here is just expansion of transit dollars. We are very limited and, money is not going to regenerate at the FDOT level. And the budget is not looking great for the next year and 2 to 3 years. So, these again are just policy, looking at it, having conversations at the state level. And we haven't tested the temperature on these yet. We don't know what the reception will be. So absolutely, we can come back and, have further discussion, look at other avenues to do this. But I think to your point, what we're trying to accomplish here is just to find different avenues of funding and trying to increase that at the state level.
Thank you. Board members, I see several hands up. Would you please remove your hand if you do not want to discuss this amendment? We have an amendment on the floor, and then we will take up the motion. I'm trying to get to a vote on that. Mr. Schisler, to the amendment.
Thank you. And you may have clarified this, it's a little difficult to hear staff sometimes. For Ms. Hardwick, what would the impact of removing the term intercity have upon this? Your plan and the plan moving forward with the legislature?
Is this Director Schisler?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I just wanted to make sure I was addressing the appropriate person, Director Schisler. I don't have a concrete answer for you on that. That's something that we'd have to go back and look through and, make sure that it would be okay with some of our other partners as we move forward.
Director Johnson, you're right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to quickly agree with Director Hudson on the specificity of this. I think that if we are going to be too specific going into this with our agenda this early, I think it's going to set us up for some problems possibly. I think that maybe the prudent action would be to give Ms. Hardwick, Holland, and Knight the ability to be able to come back to us to be able to amend these. And, as we have discussions with our legislative delegation and professional staff up in Tallahassee, that'll give us a little bit more flexibility to be able to allow our staff to be able to do what they need to do to bring something to us quickly. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Williams, you're recognized.
I agree with the last statement and as well as Director Hudson. So I will not hold this up. I recommend, I guess I would have to recommend an alternative motion at this point.
We're just about to take a vote on the amendment. It'll pass or fail, then we'll move to the main motion on the floor, which was to pass the whole legislative agenda.
Thank you. And now I do realize blue means I'm raising my hand. Okay.
Okay. Now your hand is raised. Okay, there it's down. Director McLean, sorry. Some of you have names that don't belong to you on your hand, so please bear with me.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question is directed at Lorena again. In your discussions with the various transit agencies, did that also include DOT or local DOT reps?
Yes. DOT reps were present, Katina and probably some other staff members were present at these meetings.
Confirm, and they were agreeable that 341 was an area we would be able to consider?
There were no objections there. They were very supportive of all of the areas that we discussed, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I've got 3 more hands to wade through this amendment. Commissioner Kemp, briefly, please, to close.
Thank you. I did want to just put up 341 again on the screen. I thought it was important for people to see that, but I'll just say we are desperately short in Hillsborough County. We're the most underfunded transit system in the nation, not by just a little bit, but by a long shot for any metro area of this size. This does not help us at all, and we should not be pushing forward an agenda that does not help us. To open it up and then restrict it to intercity fixed guideway is something that hurts us. We need to start making sure that we are getting more resources for Hillsborough County as well. And because we are so different than the other counties, this is not a benefit for us. So again, I'll say the intercity between cities should be removed so that we can benefit by this as well.
Thank you. And thank you for being brief on that. Director Knight, you're recognized.
And thank you. And I also agree with Director Hudson and Johnson, William, and all some very interesting comments. I'll delay as well. If it's for a vote, to vote down to get more information and get our attorney involved for more clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Knight. And Director Hudson to the amendment.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a novice on the parliamentary procedure here, so I guess I want to see if I can make an amendment to Commissioner Kemp's motion that might reflect the will of at least some of the folks in the room. Is that something I can do?
We have an I'm going to ask Ms. Mandel, can we amend an amendment, or would you have to amend the main motion?
The amendment would allow that.
I'm sorry?
Amend the amendment if the maker of the motion will allow it. So what you would need, if the maker of the motion, the amendment won't allow the amendment, you vote on the amendment, and then there can be another amendment made.
Okay. Mr. Hudson, what is it that you're trying to do?
I'm trying to make less specific this element of the legislative priorities and to say that we would direct staff to pursue modifications to Florida statutes that would provide new funding sources for transportation projects that can exclusively and non-exclusively be operated within the HART service area.
Exclusively and not exclusively?
And I think to try to capture a little bit, I understand Commissioner Kemp's concern, and it's a valid one, that this should not be used as a straw by which other jurisdictions can take funding out of the HART service area. So I'm sympathetic to that. Some transportation modes, by their nature, stretch beyond the HART service area, but I think we need to be way less specific in what we're directing staff to do. I think we all agree, and not to be too Pollyanna-ish and come up with a suggestion that everyone agrees to and therefore is meaningless. But I do think we need to soften the direction here and say that staff and Holland and Knight should look into new funding sources and perhaps a flexibility in existing statutes. But we cannot adopt this slide as is. It's incomplete. It is not a matter of just a definitional change and that all of a sudden is going to create new opportunities for funding. We need to give staff, I think, the discretion to come back to us with perhaps more specific means, but this stated specific mean is not correct.
And so you would amend
I would amend this priority to probably be one sentence long and say, pursue amendments to Florida statutes that promote flexibility in transportation funding.
Let me see if I can cut to the chase here and ask Commissioner Kemp, if that does it for you, and you would withdraw your motion to amend and agree to this other amendment instead.
Well, I just have to say I was a little concerned with the statement that it would be for Hillsborough exclusively or not, because I think everything that we lobby for and put our energies forward for should be a benefit to Hillsborough County and Hillsborough's transit system. So, you know, I would be for removing this from our legislative priorities. And if we want to say that anything, because intercity exclusively prohibits us from almost any priority that we could imagine at this time. And we desperately need service, as you, as many know, in our unincorporated area, even in our general area. So, you know, this is not something that we should specifically be supporting because it hurts us. As I think Director Hudson said, it's like a straw that takes our dollars to give to other, if it was passed as is. So, Director Hudson, I'm not sure. In terms of, you know, I would say that we would explore other benefits that could exclusively, that we would be included on benefiting since it is our policy and our lobbyists that we should be able to get a benefit. And this doesn't give us any benefit that I know of.
I'm going to suggest that we take out the exclusively and put in something inclusive, so that it at least in anything this board lobbies for would include Hillsborough County. And I wonder if that would get agreement from both of Commissioner Kemp and Commissioner Hudson, that we could all agree on to move forward. Director Hudson,
It's fine. I think really the first sentence of what's on screen, you could just say amend Florida statutes to create new funding allocations for fixed guideway projects, period.
So Commissioner Kemp, what do you want to do with your amendment?
I can support that too. I would exclusively, and I think we've had this discussion, would be against, you know, anything that would be restrict it to inner city, since we don't benefit from that. But that's fine. The first sentence is fine.
All right, so you'll withdraw your amendment, Commissioner Kemp, and we'll let Director Hudson make this other amendment instead. I'm trying to get to our 10 o'clock time certain, so
Sure.
excuse me if I'm trampling a bit on Robert's rules, but I think that's the direction we're heading. Commissioner Kemp withdraws her motion. Director Hudson, if you would restate your amendment. Let's see if we can get a second.
I make an amendment to change the slide on screen for the legislative priorities to amend the Florida statutes to create new funding allocations for fixed guideway projects, period. And that is the extent of that element of the legislative priority.
Do I have a second? Do I have a second to that?
Johnson, I'll second.
Okay, great. We have an amendment to the motion. Yes, Commissioner Overman. Question?
Sorry. Yep, and I know we're trying to get through it. So does it exclude the funding authorization and appropriations request in that? Because there's more following that, is to focus our legislative team for appropriated requests. So if we strike everything other than that one sentence, have we agreed that our primary, priority is to find funding authorizations and appropriations, eligibility and participation? Because if that's the case, I do not want to have that off the table.
Leaves more things on the table and keeps the table large.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. We're expanding the table, but making sure that the table benefits us. So, Director Knight, your hand is up.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, great. So we have an amendment by Director Hudson, second by Director Johnson to amend our legislative priority. We're voting on the amendment to amend this before we vote on the main motion to adopt it. So staff, Ms. Arthur, please take the roll on the amendment.
Yes. Director Castor?
Yes.
Director Hudson?
Yes.
Director Johnson?
Yes.
Director Kemp?
Yes.
Director Knight?
Yes.
Director McLean?
Yes.
Director Overman?
Yes.
Director Schisler?
Yes.
Chair Smith?
Yes.
Director Fraser? Director Vieira?
Yes.
Director Williams?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. And that brings us to the main motion to adopt the legislative priorities as amended. That motion was by Commissioner Overman and seconded, I hope staff kept track of who seconded that motion.
Yes, Director Vieira.
Great. Yes, that's right. Okay, take a roll call vote on the main motion.
Thank you. Director Castor?
Yes.
Director Hudson?
Yes.
Director Johnson?
Yes.
Director Kemp?
Yes.
Director Knight?
Yes.
Director McLean?
Yes.
Director Overman?
Yes.
Director Schisler?
Yes.
Chair Smith?
Yes.
Director Fraser? Director Vieira?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
The motion unanimously.
Great. And we are only 6 minutes late for our time certain. So good work. It's did take quite a bit of work to get here. So that brings us to our item number 11, interviews with the finalists for our position of HART CEO. The agenda item starts with a note about voting procedures, but we'll be going over that after the presentation. I just want to provide a very brief little background for the record by way of context for the public to understand where we are in our process. The recruitment process started this summer with applications due on September 14. 163 individuals applied for the positions from 28 states, and we had several great applicants. Our consultant, GovHR, reviewed those applicants and presented 8 candidates for the board to consider on October 14. Of those, the board selected 4 candidates for further consideration. Since then, all the board members have had individual meetings with each of the 4 candidates. And that means that each of our 4 candidates have made themselves available for interviews with all 13 of us. And many thanks to all the candidates and all of our board members and our consultant for putting in the time necessary to get us to this point. And thanks to HART staff, Ms. Arthur, Ms. Pettit, for making all those meetings happen within 2 weeks. So we come here today at the final stage of this process with all of us having spent considerable time researching these candidates, reviewing their qualifications, and interviewing them each one-on-one. And we are now today ready to conduct our final interviews as a full board and discuss the finalists with each other at this point. So is Ms. Stevens, do you have our GovHR representative, do you have anything to add to that context?
No, I think date, and it's been our pleasure to work with you on this process. And I think your first candidate is ready. And again, the structure is each candidate will have about 10 to 15 minutes to make a presentation to the board. They were given a question they were all given the same question to outline their priorities for the first 6 months and year. And then the board may ask any questions, and you have each candidate's been given about a total of 45 minutes for you today.
Thank you. And last note, board members, after their allotted time with us, each candidate will be leaving the meeting. Some will be rushing off to catch a plane to get home. So please ask any questions you have for each candidate during their interview time. And then that candidate will leave and the next candidate will come in and we'll talk to that one in their time slot. And after we've seen each one of the four, they're all gone. There will be no further opportunity to talk to them. And then we'll move on to our deliberations among ourselves about our preferences for our next CEO. Director Knight, did you have a question about the process? Your hand is up.
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. So our first candidate, Mr. Bernard Jackson, we can welcome him into the room. Getting started. And Mr. Jackson, let me just welcome you. We're very glad you're here. And you know the drill that we've set up, 10, 15-minute presentation and a little bit of follow-up questions from the board or any comments or questions you have for us. By now, we know quite a bit about each other. You've met all of us individually. So at this point, I see your presentation is queued up. And I will just give you the floor to start your presentation. Welcome, Mr. Jackson.
Madam Chair, and it's my pleasure and honor to come before the board today. Good morning, members of the board. Good morning, our interim chief. Good morning, Chief Counsel. My name is Bernard Jackson. I'm here to present what I believe will be my 365-day proposed transition plan, which I'm presenting not only to the board, but the entire HART community. This board, I believe, has done a tremendous job in selecting the final four candidates, and I certainly am excited about being considered as part of that process. So let me start by reintroducing myself again to you all. It was a pleasure having the time to actually talk to you all individually. I learned a lot about the agency and what are some of your expectations moving forward, and I'm excited about this process. For me, Bernard Jackson, I've been in public transit over 30 years now. I've enjoyed every single moment of it. As you can see on the screen here, it kind of reflects what my executive level experience has consisted of so far in transit. From not only running bus garage division locations, but also being a part of our Rail Operations Communications Center, where I oversaw bus and rail operations for the Chicago Transit Authority, and then advancing to where I'm currently now is the Senior Executive Officer for Metro Rail Operations. But the classifications and training that I am most proud of is where I first started and where everything began for me. And that's as a bus operator at the Chicago Transit Authority. I was really excited about being able to have the opportunity to work for such a great agency, to be able to meet such great people, to be able to interact with our communities. And those opportunities where I first started out is what's more dear to what I believe is what my career has been all about. So I'm very excited about that. So now I want to get into what I believe my goals will be as I embark on this opportunity for this agency. I've actually highlighted eight particular goals that I think is essential for any CEO that's coming into an organization. Of course, your organization structure is going to be very important to any transition program. But I believe leadership stands at the top. And to be able to have the opportunity not only to meet with the local, state, federal stakeholders, but also our transit advocate communities, our business communities, and any other local and state partners that also assist in making sure that we're able to provide service to the community. And that includes the Department of Transportation, the city government agencies, the county government agencies, and having a good working relationship with those various different departments, which make up what I believe is a vibrant transit network. And then my other goal, of course, is the COVID recovery task force. And I think that HART is effectively responding to the health crisis and deserves a lot of tremendous amount of credit. Of course, our frontline employees have been doing a tremendous job, and they deserve a tremendous amount of credit for their efforts and bravery as they navigate through this crisis situation. But being able to get into the agency and wrap my arms around what I believe would ensure that we can continue to provide the safety, the necessary resources, which means the PPE and all the other things that we can do to attract our not only our customers back into the system, but to make sure that our employees are safe as well. And then the other goal, of course, is our fiscal sustainability, service optimization in the customer experience. How do we ensure that we are fiscally responsible to get through this pandemic situation and then embark on some of the opportunities that may exist down the road? All transit agencies across America are dealing with the challenges, financial challenges of this COVID situation. And being in a position to be able to reimagine on how we want to approach this situation coming out of this pandemic, I think is going to be very essential to how we do that. And then another goal is, of course, I just heard some conversation here that took place about the board about what's next down the road for HART in terms of what do we want to reimagine what our system is going to look like in the next 5 or 10 years, having that long-range transportation plan, building through partnerships and capital project opportunities that may exist through our state legislation, through our federal government as well. And then the technology part of it. Are we emphasizing our position as we embrace private partnerships, the innovation to deliver customer-facing technology tools and be more accessible to our customers with real-time data, I think is going to be essential as we look forward to how we want to transition HART down the line. And then safety and security. You hear a lot of lip service about safety and security, but for me, it means a lot. It's personal for me to make sure that our employees are safe, that our customers are safe, that our system is secure, that people can rely on our system. That's going to be one of the most challenging things for public transit agencies, to convince our customers that it's safe to come back into the system to be able to ride our service. So that's something that's going to have to certainly be looked at very carefully. We want to be able to attract not only our regular riders, which is our choice, which is our dependent transit riders, but also how do we attract choice riders into the system? That's by convincing them that the system is safe, that convincing them that the system is secure, and that they can get to their destinations without being any challenges. And then asset management and state of good repair projects. How do we make sure that our fleet that we're running is secure? How do we make sure that we're maximizing our mileage? How do we make sure that we're cutting down on our mean miles between defects for our trolley cars, for our van service, for our buses? How do we ensure that we're getting the maximum amount of performance out of our service? And that's through asset management. That's through making sure we have a good state of repair process that's in place. And then my final goal is to make sure that our employee engagement and workforce development, which I believe is our most important human commodity that we have, and that's our frontline employees. How do we continue to embrace them? How do we continue to support them? Our frontline employees is what make up a transit agency, and how do we support them from our administrative staff, from our operations staff that works closely with them every single day, to our financial staff? How do we make sure that we providing them the resources they need, especially during these challenging times where their anxiety levels are so extremely high? And then workforce development. How do we bring in opportunities for our employees to show them that there are other opportunities that may exist within the transit community? Transit is $1 trillion operations. It expands the whole entire globe. How do we introduce our employees to these various different opportunities? A world-class city deserves a world-class transit service that we can make sure that we're maximizing opportunities to reinvest in our own employees. I think is essential to a transit agency. So my first 30 days, and I'm very endeavored to complete this on time. I know you guys are running a very tight schedule, so I'm watching the clock very carefully. I want to make sure that I'm inconsistent with the time allotted for me today. Meeting with the board members, meeting with the interim CEO, meeting with our ATU leadership, I think is extremely important. You want to make sure that you have a working relationship with your labor partners, that you guys are having constant communication and dialogue on a regular basis. I call it combined shared interests, where we can sit down and come together and have frequent discussions about what matters most to our frontline employees. Then it's certainly working with our elected officials to get an idea of what their ideas are about transit and how we can work together and help support those ideas and move forward. And then certainly the community, the transit advocates, the clergy. There's a strong military presence here. How can we partner with that military, continue to partner with them to perhaps expand our service levels to those particular areas? And then certainly our regional bus partners that are part of the process too. How do we continue to work closely with them? And then as we continue through this process, of course, there's a comprehensive budget review that needs to take place. We were fortunate here at the agency that we did receive some CARES Act, like most transit agencies, but is it going to be enough to offset some of the losses that could possibly continue to rise out of this situation that we're dealing with? You're talking about a reduction in ridership. You're talking about a reduction in the sales tax revenue. Is it going to be enough to get us to the next fiscal cycle? Certainly a couple of things you don't want to hear about in transit, and that's reducing service, that's potential layoffs, that's raising fares. You want to try to stay away from those three parameters as best you possibly can. So it's going to be essential that the incoming CEO sit down with the chief financial officer and make sure that you're going over this line by line to make sure that your revenue streams are in place to continue to provide the service that the customers come to expect. Working with the after peer review group, they started a COVID task force that's being led by the CEO at LA Metro, my CEO, Mr. Phil Washington at this time, partnering with the other transit agencies and learning from what they're being exposed to and what they're having to deal with to make sure that they have the resources. Speaking with one voice to the federal government to let them know that transit agencies, in order for them to continue to survive and strive under these conditions, that we're going to continue to need that help and that support. And then as we continue through that process for the next CEO, how do we improve the customer experience? I think that means that you have to be out there out there with the customers. You have to be out there with the community groups. You have to be out there with your employees. You have to be out there with the business community to make sure that you guys are all working together to improve that customer experience. If it's just you increasing lighting at a bus stop location, you're increasing the shelters at a bus stop location, or you're looking to expand your network. There was some discussion here briefly about how do we get to rail here in this particular community. I can tell you firsthand, bus is always going to be the backbone of your operations, but rail is the ultimate game changer when you think about becoming a world-class city and being a world-class transit agency. How do you incorporate that into the process? We've seen it happen time and time in different places across the country. So making that a reality is going to be essential to how we look like down the road in the next 5 or 10 years with our long-range transportation plan. Of course, you got the Super Bowl here, so there's a lot of planning that goes into the process for that, which I'm sure has already started. I've been instrumental in planning full-scale events throughout my career, working with the Department of Transportation, our law enforcement partners, and fire as such. And then how do we ensure that we have a platform that includes equity throughout the process? We want to be fair. We want to be equitable. We want to make sure that we're including equity in all of our decision makers. If that's from community-oriented development, from customer-oriented development, how do we include that equity framework in all of our decisions to make sure that we're inclusive and not divisive during the process? And so as I continue through that 160 plus days, making sure that the agency understands what my expectations are, what I look forward to doing with the agency, and how I want to work closely with the community to improve the lives of the people that we serve here, is going to be very interesting to make sure, again, that safety is at the forefront of everything we do. And it's just not lip service for our employees, because they really appreciate when you can actually go out there and be a part of that. And I think that's one of the things that kind of, separates me from others is that I've actually walked in those shoes. I've actually been there before. And so finally, as I conclude this discussion with you, members of the board, I really appreciate the opportunity to come in and talk to you about what my goals are going to be for the agency. My strategic vision is going to be for the agency. I can tell you guys firsthand that I consider this to be truly an honor. I think the Tampa, the Hillsborough community is on the verge of having an incredible transit agency over the next 5 to 10 years. I think the board here is very supportive of that, and I look forward to being a part of it. And if selected to participate and be a part and be the next CEO, I can assure you that my 30 years of experience working at the second and largest transit agency in America, my passion that I have for not only our employees but the communities will be an essential part of my character as I move forward. I'm truly ready to hit the ground running and start establishing these partnerships that I believe would help HART continue with its rich history of providing good transit service. If selected to lead this agency into the next chapter, I can assure you that the resources will be managed effectively, that I will inspire and motivate others to expand their transportation and mobility vision toward the future, setting clear, concise goals of expectations. There's nothing more important than make sure that you have some consistent goals that you're trying to accomplish in the transit industry, and commit to a diversity of thought, where diversity and inclusion, equity is a part of the framework. And working hand in hand with you, first the board, of course, to understand what your direction and what your expectations are, that's as a group and also individually, and certainly working with the employees and the citizens of Tampa in order to make this a great transportation agency. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson, and thank you for keeping it tight. I know we started with you a little bit late, so we're going to just have to push everything back a little bit to make sure everybody has the same amount of time. And I see Director Williams, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson, for your presentation, and you spoke to the 30, 60, 90-day actions that you would take, as well as, let me back up and congratulate you from coming from 162 applicants to one of the top 4. So it certainly is an honor to have some conversation with you in regards to what you could potentially do for HART. And so while I'm used to seeing the 30, 60, 90-day plans, and I appreciate your growth up in the organization, one of the things I'd like to hear more about is how you measure your success. When we have goals, they seem to be sometimes not as tangible as we would like them to be, and we really want to make sure that what we do and how you build trust and credibility is through the successful management and measurement of performance. And so could you talk a little bit about how you've done that in the past, please?
Thank you, Director Williams. That's a great question. And in the world of transit, you're constantly being evaluated by your performance. So ensuring that you have a transparent operations through your performance management network, working with your team, working with your senior leadership team, again, working with your labor partners to ensure that you're providing outstanding trip experience for the customers, to ensure that you have high quality mobility options that exist for the customers. I've been fortunate throughout my career that I participated in several performance management initiatives. In fact, I helped start one at Chicago Transit Authority that I'm most proud of, what we described as the daily flash report, where we would look at everything related to transit on a consistent basis. What happened the day before, and what could we have done differently or better to improve the customer experience? That's from looking at our fleet requirements to make sure that we have enough fleet available to provide rollout, looking at our manpower requirements from our day-to-day operations to ensure that we have enough personnel in order to meet what our schedule requirements are, looking at how we actually respond to mean miles between defects on a consistent basis. All this rolls up into that ability to evaluate performance management on a consistent basis. I believe in data. I believe that data has a tremendous impact on what we do, and how we evaluate that data can actually shape how we perform it on a consistent basis. Being responsive, being accountable, being trustworthy to the community. You touched on that briefly as well, Director Williams. I believe in transparency. We are stewards over taxpayer money and resources, so we have to make sure as an agency we hold that high in our decision making. We don't want to ever take that for granted as a transit agency. The challenge for most public transit agencies is that oftentimes you're not dealing directly with monetary, with the money. You're just dealing with paper transactions. So how do you make sure you reinforce in your staff that all this is going to eventually translate over into some type of financial impact? The one great thing about transit, unlike in other public entities, is that you have the ability to actually collect fares. You have the ability to bring in revenue through marketing campaigns, through sponsorship opportunities that may exist out there. So you can offset some of your challenges financially from that standpoint. So I think that's extremely important as well. But ultimately, what I think what you're getting at is how do you make sure that your team is focused on strategy and strategizing on what you think you need to accomplish? And that's through performance management. That's through setting clear targets that you know that you can strive for on a consistent basis, on a daily basis, and you want to make sure that you're meeting or exceeding those targets. And if you're not, why not? And do you need to redefine what those targets may exist, considering the situations or circumstances that you may be faced with?
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Director Frazier, you're.
Thank you, Chair Smith. Mr. Jackson, again, thank you for being here. I appreciate your presentation. You had your top 8 goals included leadership and employee engagement, and I just kind of want to meld those together and dive a little deeper. You're, unlike most CEOs coming into a new organization, you're going to have an existing workforce. And particularly here, we've had a lot of leadership changes over the past couple of years, and you're going to be tasked with recruiting into new positions as well and creating a cohesive team that moves in the same direction. How do you plan to go about that, and what will you be looking for as you recruit new employees?
Thank you, Director Frazier. That's a great question, and I think team building is essential. Obviously, this agency, as we talked about when I had my one-on-one interviews with all of you all, there has been some challenges, of course, at the leadership role. It's not unexpectedly. It happens at other transit agencies. It happens in corporate America. It does occur. And I think the next CEO coming in, one of the first things you want to do is you probably need to just put a hug, or just want to hug the employees. You want to let them know that you're here to represent them, to lead them, to guide them into the next generation. And what led us all to this, where we are today, is good for discussion at some juncture, but I think you need to focus on what's the next chapter of the agency. And that's going to come with effective leadership from the top. Talking directly to your employees, talking directly to your staff, being open and honest and transparent with how you want to see things start to shift down the road, I think is going to be extremely important for the next CEO. Certainly looking at the positions that you mentioned that are vacant, and thinking about how is there opportunities where we can perhaps combine some responsibilities given the financial situations that the agency may be dealing with, or looking at how we can possibly bring in some people to fill those positions. I like to make sure that all of my positions are filled on a consistent basis. I think that's extremely important. You have budgetary positions, you have people that are responsible for performing certain tasks. You want to make sure that you're getting the best and the brightest individuals that you can possibly find. I've been very fortunate throughout my career that I've been a part of several different organizations, whether it's through APTA, whether it's through COMPTA, whether it's through the ENO, where I've developed a tremendous amount of relationships from New York all the way to Los Angeles. And those relationships have helped propel me to where I am before. But I think there are a tremendous amount of individuals right here in this community that are willing and able to step up and handle some of these responsibilities. I just think it's going to take an effective leader. It's going to take effective teamwork. It's going to take reimagining how you want to see transit operating in this area, and looking at how we can move things forward down the road. So I'm very excited about that. The leadership part that you mentioned is very critical. That's why that's included in my 30, 60, 90-day review, and it has to be a continuous process as you lead the agency.
Thank you. Director Frazier, is that it? Does that answer your question? Director Vieira, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's good to see you again, sir. I hope you're doing well, and thank you for going through this process. And again, congratulations on making it to the Final Four, so to speak, like we talked about before. You know, something that we talked about before was the obvious challenges that HART as an agency will be going through. You know, whether it's you know, economic challenges, COVID, struggles with the sales tax, et cetera. You know, we're going to need somebody there as the CEO who is going to be a public cheerleader, I guess, if you will, and a stable, consistent cheerleader with the public, with other elected officials on a federal level, et cetera, when it comes to the challenges that we have. How comfortable would you see yourself in that position from a public perspective? And let me also add just something that I liked a lot in when we spoke was, you know, you're coming up the ranks, so to speak, as, you know, working, being an ATU member early on, et cetera. I think that that's certainly something that's important. But how do you see yourself in that regard, sir?
Thank you, Director Vieira. That's an outstanding question, and I certainly appreciate the time that you and I had to talk through some of these challenges and issues. Where some people see challenges, I see opportunities that exist. Having already gone through the experience of not only working with our local, county, state representatives at two of the largest transit agencies in North America, from certainly having the opportunity to establish positive working relationships, not only at our state level but also at our federal government level, on so many different occasions. I think it certainly has shaped what my career is up to this point. In order for you to have a thriving, successful transit agency, you have to be willing to partner with these various different entities. They make all the difference in the world. There's trillions of dollars in opportunities that exist in transit. And in order for you to be in a position where you can actually take advantage and be able to maximize your opportunities, is through these relationships that you have to form. And it requires you to be out there in the community. It requires you to be the face of the agency. It provides you to make exceptions to what you would normally do or what you would normally expect from you and your team. It allows you to be able to look forward down the road as you develop your short and long range transportation plans. I think is essential to those opportunities. And certainly being able to, you know, work closely with the board of directors. I think that sets the tone there to hear what your plans are for the agency and how can we work together and merge those plans into a reality and make this agency continue to move in the right direction. And then, as you mentioned, Director Vieira, it's what I cherish most about my career thus far is, yes, I was an ATU. I was in the ATU. I was a bus operator. I started there. That's what I'm most proud of because it set the foundation for what my career is today. And I take that wholeheartedly. While I do look at things from a corporate perspective, it's never lost on me what those frontline employees have to do and what they actually mean to an agency. So I think that's extremely important. But being the face of the agency, you have to be selfless. You have to be able to go out there to the community. You have to be able to partner with the city government agencies. You have to be able to partner with the mayor's office, the Department of Transportation. I've had all those relationships before in my career. I remember early on at during my time at the Chicago Transit Authority, where we had to meet with the Department of Transportation, we had to meet with the mayor of in City Hall and some of the transportation deputies to talk about various different initiatives that were impacting the city. And the transportation agency, you don't necessarily control everything, but you can influence, you can inspire, you can instigate, you can impact, you can make a difference, you can show that you're part of the structure or the fabric of the city and the community. So you play an essential role in how all that kind of works together. So that's the reason why I'm so excited about this opportunity. It's those relationships that are formulated outside the community, outside the workplace with our state and local and federal partners, but also with the board of directors working hand in hand with each and every one of you all to make sure that we're living up to what the mission of the transit agency is.
Thank you. Director McLean, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too want to say congratulations for being here, and it was truly a pleasure talking to you. Actually, we got to talk twice due to technical difficulties on my side. Mine is more of a philosophical question and not a long one, but thanks to our mayors and our city leaders, you find Tampa and Hillsborough County to be a very active, very vibrant, and definitely a growing area of the country, if you will, and one that I'm proud to be a part of. My question to you, and again more philosophical, is what role do you see transit and HART playing in this active, vibrant, and definitely growing city, for HART?
Thank you, Director McLean. That's a great question. And once again, I want to thank you for your service. Should be applauded and certainly appreciated. I think you hit it right there on the head. Philosophically speaking, transit is the economic engine that drives all the other government agencies, so to speak. I visited Tampa here on several occasions. I haven't been here over the last 4 to 5 years, but looking around at some of the developments that have occurred over these last 3 to 4 years is literally remarkable. And so you have to make sure that you have a philosophy that's aligned with your mayor, your local government, with the citizens, of course, any citizens advisory committees that may exist, and certainly led by the board of directors. It's so extremely important. You guys have to be locked in together because if there's opportunities that exist out there through the state or through the federal government or through other sources of revenue income streams, you want to make sure that you're speaking with one voice. So in order to accomplish that, you got to make sure you have a good relationship, especially with your local elected officials, with your transit advisory committees that may exist. Certainly, the HART is now you have this referendum pending before the Supreme Court, which is going to be extremely important to determine how that outcomes unfold. But I can tell you guys firsthand that I've seen how it has worked in other places. You take LA Metro, for example, that had a $120 billion referendum that was passed by the citizens of LA County back in 2016 for that election, which is going to invest over 400,000 plus jobs into that community over the next 30 to 40 years. So that's working with your elected officials in order to make that happen. No one single person can make that happen. You have to make sure you have a team of people that's speaking with one voice, working toward one common cause and one goal. And that's your philosophy of thought on how you want to accomplish that. Again, transit, you don't necessarily control everything, but you can certainly influence some things. You can certainly inspire some things to happen. You can certainly impact some things to happen. But that comes through those relationships and having that philosophy where you see beyond your status situation. You see beyond your status quo, where you start to reimagine opportunities that may exist in terms of public transit and how you can connect the lives and connect communities together throughout the whole entire region. And yeah, we may not be the New York City Transit MTA, we might not be WMATA, we might not be SEPTA, we might not be LA County or Chicago Transit, but we can be the best mid-level transit service in the state and in the country. But that comes through those collective efforts and those collective relationships that you develop along the way.
Thank you. Director Knight, you're recognized.
Good afternoon. Again, thank you for the interview and a real thoughtful answers to the questions that we shared. It was a great opportunity, and thank you for coming down. I wanted to know, and we talked on a lot of things, and some of the things you said today, just like you told me the other day, but like the low-income patrons, the students, the elderly and professional patrons. Down here, we may not have as much ridership, professional people, but up north, up in California, Chicago area, what are some of the ways that you feel that you experience up there that could come down this way, that you can bring down this way? And then also to, we have a very, which you probably meet some of them, some of the employees, that is real, doing an excellent job in how you plan on, if you get elected, selected, plan on doing the staff. Would it be a wholesale, or would you assess what we have and build from there?
Thank you, Director Knight, for that question, and that's an outstanding question. Transit make up, the majority of your riders make up dependent. They depend on transit. Very few other opportunities that may exist. That's why we're seeing now, as we work our way through this pandemic situation, where you have the essential riders that are out there on the system. And although most transit agencies' ridership has reduced significantly, some more than 70 to 80%, you still see people that are riding the system, and those people actually depend on the system. They need the system. Our low-income communities, they need the system. Our elderly that are out there on the system, they need the system. They rely on the system on a consistent basis. And certainly our employees that are out there operating the system, who are considered our heroes, our essential workers that are out there performing in incredible situations. I can tell you, Director Knight, that I drove the bus for 7 years, and I've seen just about everything that you can imagine under the sun, from employees being assaulted, from customers being assaulted. There was an active shooter in the subway during my time at Chicago Transit Authority. There was a young teenager coming home from school that unfortunately got killed on one of our buses. Seen all kinds of things, but I never can imagine being an operator under these conditions in this pandemic situation. It's something that you don't have a playbook for. You're learning on the fly from month to month. You're going through this process, and you're trying to do everything you can to ensure that they are safe, that they can do their job, that their anxiety levels are as such that they know that they have an agency of leadership in place that they know is going to support them every step along the way. So I think that's extremely important. To the other part of your question, now how do we convince these choice riders? Because the opportunity now exists here, I believe, in Tampa, where you start to see these communities develop, you start to see the central business district come up, and there's a lot of younger people that are moving into these downtown corridor areas that we consider our millenniums, that take Uber, that take Lyft, that take public transit, that don't even own a car. How do we convince them to come into our system and take our system? I think you do that through those opportunities when they present themselves. In 2017, where we had the first inaugural Women March that touched just about every state, city in the country. We had 750,000 people that descended on downtown Los Angeles. Well, we only move about 400,000 people per day on the weekends. Well, we were able to come together and develop a plan of action where we can actually meet those ridership needs. And those are the opportunities that exist. The Super Bowl, people coming into the central business district that doesn't normally take public transit. Those are opportunities that exist where you can showcase your service, where you can convince them that, hey, public transit is not a bad option, and they can have those discussions with their families, with their friends, and you can leave a lasting impact on them to perhaps convince them one day that public transit could be a viable option for them as well. And then you start to look at some of your rural areas where you may not necessarily think that you are able to provide service in those areas. How can we look at coming up with some sort of planning or design or meeting with those communities to see how we can inspire them to come into the system, from our local colleges, from our universities, from our community centers? How do we touch that fabric? I think you do that, Director Knight, by in being engaged with the community, being out front there with your workers, visiting these different communities, visiting with your frontline employees on a consistent basis to let them know how valuable contributions that they are making to the community.
Thank you. And if we're going to stay even on schedule, being 10 minutes late, we're going to have to be wrapping up soon. I've got 2 more hands in the queue. Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
I also want to thank you for applying to the HART position and very happy that you're here. I don't know if I can hit on it any more than has been said, but we will not have the resources, even with the tax, won't have the resources to bring a system nearly as robust as they've planned in Los Angeles or have in other big cities. We're going to have a struggle even with how great an impact the tax could be on our system. And so we will be making choices. And I know I talked to you a bit about, can you just talk a little bit more about, you talked about, Director Knight asked about equity. I'm very concerned about that. You mentioned quality transit, rail, that the bus is the backbone of any system. I'm just, I guess, wondering, we're a big county, and there will have to be choices made, I think, about frequency and coverage. When you talked about choice riders, you talked about millennials downtown and in urban areas who could start to use the system more. And then you talked about specific commutes, like for Super Bowl and everything. I think all of that's important, but I'm just wondering about if you start to prioritize or look at where you put resources, because we won't have the resources, I don't think, to do it all, and how you could unfold that a little.
Director Kemp, I think you start internally. First, you look at the resources that you have available for you. Can you redistribute some of those resources? The first thing you want to do, of course, in transit, and any elected official would tell you this, you don't want to have to reduce service. You don't want to have to reduce staff. You don't want to have to lay off people, especially in this pandemic situation where unemployment rate is so extremely low. And you don't want to raise fares unless those are absolutely last resort items that you even want to consider. I know there has been some reimagining of some of the bus routes here at the agency, but how can we take a deeper dive into that conversation to see how we're making sure that we're meeting or exceeding the needs of our new customer base here? People are traveling at different times now. In Los Angeles, we just completed a next-gen bus study that was approved by our board. You're talking 150-plus bus routes that now we're looking at how can we bring those routes where we can meet the travel patterns of the existing community right now. Most people are not traveling. Our core riders that usually travel during the peak periods are starting to shift. You have parents that are riding the system, for example, that may just be going on errands or running errands. How do we cater our service in order to make those connections? You do that with outreach. You do that with data. You do that with working closely with your staff to ensure that service levels that you are providing are consistent. And if there are areas where you probably need to make some changes, you want to look at those carefully. If you're impacting just a small number of people, especially if they're in a disadvantaged community, or if they're part of your dependent ridership, you really want to take a close look at what sort of conditions that you may be putting that community in. Does this mean that they got to perhaps walk, even further to get to their destination before they can actually board some of our services? Do we look at opportunities like first and last mile where we can reinvest in some of those to make sure that we have a platform for customers to be able to make those transitions? You work closely with your board, you work closely with the Department of Transportation, and you look at all these different opportunities that exist, and you try to make sure you're just not looking from one view or one silo opportunity, but expanding your network where it covers a diverse audience where you can make these decisions. Yeah, these are tough decisions that all agencies have to make. And I've been a part of discussions where you had to figure out how to cut 5% off your budget, where you had to issue warn letters to employees because you had to reduce your service levels. I've been a part of those discussions, and you certainly don't want to have to go there. But you look at everything possible within the agency itself to see how you can redirect opportunities, perhaps in different directions, to be able to make sure you're maintaining the services that are needed for the community.
We are at this point just starting to go over even our late allotted time. So Councilman Schisler, keep that in mind as you're recognized.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I just wanted to say welcome to Tampa again, and thank you for the frank discussions that we had and answering the questions that you've done so well today. This type of a process can be gut-wrenching for an applicant, and recognize your time, and thank you for your interest in coming to serve here on HART CEO. And that's all I had.
Great, thank you. And I see no more hands from board members. Mr. Jackson, I will just say thank you very much for taking all this time with us here today and all along in this process. And thank you for taking the time to meet with each and every one of us. And especially thank you for taking an interest in helping HART to be the best that we can be. If seeing no more last burning questions, Mr. Jackson, do you have a final comment for us or a question for us before we move to the next applicant?
Madam Chair, members of the board, HART community, it's been a pleasure and an honor to be able to come before you and present some of my goals that I have for the agency. I'm extremely excited about this opportunity. Certainly looking to hear more about it, hopefully. High-quality mobility is the option. Outstanding trip experience for our customers is the option. Having a good internal working relationship with your labor partners, with your employees, absolutely important. Making sure that we work together collaboratively as a body to transform the lives and communities is absolutely necessary. And so I'm certainly extremely happy to be a part of this process. Accountability, responsiveness, trustworthy, transparency has been the hallmark of my career, and I certainly am excited about this opportunity. I want to thank you all for giving me this chance to come before you today and look forward to having more discussions with you down the road. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson. And that's a virtual applause as we bid you farewell today and safe travels home. And we can, staff, bring the next applicant in. That will be Mr. Henry Ikwa. We are now we'll be running about 15 minutes late on our schedule. So we'll try to stick there.
Sanitize the microphone, so it will be a moment or two.
Sure. Board members, if you'll take your hands down while we're sanitizing the microphone, I will thank you all for a really good discussion, really great questions, and looking forward to the rest of our candidates here. Commissioner Kemp and Councilman Schisler, you can take your hands down. All right, please let me know when our next candidate is ready. And I see Mr. Iquid. Welcome. And let me just say, we're all very glad that you're here today. And as you know, we've scheduled you for a 10 to 15 minute presentation, plus a little time for follow-up questions from the board. I'm sorry we're running 15 minutes late, but we will give you all the time that you are allotted. By now, you've come to know us, we've come to know you a little bit, and you've met us all individually. So I will just turn the floor over to you to start your presentation.
Well, good morning, board members and those who are here and those who are attending virtually, and to the audience, members of the HART community. I want to tell you I'm really honored to be a finalist for the CEO position of the Hillsborough Area Transit Authority. Having looked through a lot of the discussions surrounding this position, even before I applied, I felt this is a great opportunity for me to contribute to the vitality of this region. My name is Henry Ikut-Ukwa, and in the next few slides, I'm going to show you and share with you my short and long-term plans for moving HART forward, my goals for the next 6 months, 12 months, and 2 to 5 year outlook. This slide shows my overview of my presentation. I'm going to start with leadership, because that is where everything starts from. Leadership is critical to how an agency moves forward. And from there, I will touch on the two major unknowns and most urgent issues that faces this organization. I'm talking about the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the legal challenge to the 2018 referendum. Those two will decide how we move forward. As part of my presentation, I'm going to share with you a scenario assessment tool that I have developed to help us position ourselves and plan for how we will respond depending on where we are. I will present my goals through the HART Success 2020 plan, which was committed to by this agency. I'm going to do this through the financial management, customer experience, employee success, community value. And in addition to those 4, I'm going to add capital programs, and then diversity, equity, and inclusion, which were not really addressed in the HART Success 2020 plan. Leadership. What is leadership? To me, leadership is making decisions. Everybody at every level at some point has to make decisions. If you are the doorman, you have to decide, do I let this person in or not? That's leadership at that level. Leadership at the organizational level, at the top of the organization, is what people depend on. When you sit there by yourself and you deciding what am I going to do in these difficult situations, nobody is going to be there to help you. So the exercise of good judgment in making decision is what leadership is. Transparency, vision, accountability, and the good temperament to deal with any situation you find yourself. I call this leadership by deed. So my major focus as I get on board is to right the ship, leadership that will help us right the ship of this agency. The COVID-19 response and preparedness. My goal is to provide responsive, agile leadership to help us navigate this challenge. In my first 6 months on arrival, I will review our current safety plans and practices with regard to employee safety, customer safety, the safety of our facilities and rolling stock, be it with respect to providing personal protective equipment, sanitizing our facilities, and rolling stock. I will review current executive responsibilities for how we respond. And then I will assess the impact of this on our service delivery and on our budget. This pandemic is not going to go away anytime soon. So we will plan for a long-term approach on how we will deal with it. In the aftermath, we will also be looking at how we revive our ridership. And then, of course, our operational reset at the end of all this and how we move forward. This is the scenario planning assessment tool that I told you about. Now, our two major unknowns are how the COVID-19 pandemic works out, as well as the challenge to the 2018 referendum. Now, what you see here is 4 scenarios, depending on what happens. Scenario A shows CARES Act funding continuing, 2018 referendum being upheld by the courts. That is the best option. That is the best place we want to be. Scenario B shows where the funding options remain, but COVID-19 is impacting our service. We have a very upsurge in COVID-19 cases. Scenario C shows where funding decreases, but COVID-19 is improving. And scenario D is where basically the worst case of everything. So how do we position ourselves in each of these boxes as we move forward? I will work with you to develop plans in my first 12 months to keep us together and make plans for how we move forward. Now I will go into the provisions and commitment of the HART 2020 success plan, beginning with financial management. My goal here is to establish a culture of stewardship, financial stewardship. My first 6 months here, I'm going to work with the CFO and others on getting to know the critical issues, financial issues that face this agency. I will check on our revenues, our grants, our reserves, our debts, as well as department budgets, labor contract provisions, operational outlays, and our capital expenditures. In the near term, I will also develop implementation plans that will help us strategize for our investments and our debt servicing. I will develop partnerships that will engage legislators and other officials to position HART programs for federal grant pursuit. Now, I'll work with my team also to fund and sustain a meaningful operating reserve that will be healthy for the operation of our services going forward. The next item will be the customer experience. No organization will move forward if the customer experience is bad. They say treat your customer as the owner of what you provide. Now, this was very well expressed in the HART 2020 success analysis. My first 6 months here, I'm going to review and conduct an assessment of our strengths, our weaknesses, our opportunities, and our threats. I will look at how we provide our services. I will initiate service quality improvements, realistic service schedules, rolling stock reliability and availability. I will look at how we train our employees, be it in terms of our frontline employees and our backroom employees as well. How do we use technology to enhance our, how do you use technology to enhance the quality of service that we provide? And then I will assess, expand, and incorporate safety and security proposals into what we do. A lot of times you hear several cases of employees, operators getting into confrontation with customers. I believe this happens because the employees have not been properly trained, or if they have been trained, they've not been retrained. So I'm looking at ways to make sure that the training we give our employees are front and center as we move forward. I will institute a rigorous asset management plan by looking at how we move our state of good repair program and maintenance in our maintenance and operations facilities. And lastly, we will embrace the future. New technologies are there that we will have to tap into. You know, electric vehicles, autonomous and connected vehicles. How do we bring these together? Employee success. My arrival here, I will look to meet the men and women who work at HART and put our services out there every day. I will look to become a part of them. I will lead from the floor, not from the office. I will hold introductory town hall meetings and listen to all the employees, identifying the issues that they deal with. I will look to create a culture of teamwork and accountability with clear chain of communication, unambiguous expectation. This will help me to create an opportunity of training and development for each of our team members. Succession planning, how do people move forward from where they are? I came through the ranks myself, starting out as a planner in private practice and then moving over to the public sector side. I gradually worked my way up because people helped me up. Those were mentors who took interest in my progress. So I will look to institute mentorship program in HART that will help people to move forward. I will assess HART's priorities in relation to the agency's mission. What is our organizational structure? What do our procedures look like? What is our talent pool? Based on this, I will look to see if there is a need if there is a gap, talent gap that we will need to fill. And then we'll look at restructuring or right-sizing the organization. I will tell you that whatever decision we made with regard to that will be communicated very respectfully to everybody. And any opportunity we get to bring people on board, we will look to get the best. I am a member of the APTA, American Public Transportation Association, and through that process, I have come to know a lot of talents from coast to coast and from border to border. These talents are available. Some of them are willing to relocate to Tampa. And I don't know about you, Tampa is not a very difficult place to sell, somewhere that you will need to move your family to. And I will work to get the top talent in the industry to come down here. And then if there is need for us to do right sizing, we will do so in the first 6 months to 12 months. Community value. Community value is really how you get your legitimacy. If the community doesn't buy into the service you provide, you will not be successful. As the leader of this organization, I am going to reach out to everybody, all our stakeholders, and work very collaboratively with everybody. I will go to community meetings, I will go to churches, I'll go to mosques, I'll go to temples, I'll go to synagogues. I will meet people on their own turf to make sure that I understand what the issues are, and then I will work with the board of directors, elected officials, other government agencies on how we can partner to make progress on HART priorities. Now, the impact of HART on the economy, the local economy, as well as the regional economy, cannot be understated. Millions of dollars are spent. Even our employees that live in our communities here, they have major impact on everything that the community does. Capital programs. If the 2018 referendum is successful at the Supreme Court, we will be flush with money, with resources, at the level that we've never been before. Do we have the vision? Do we have the tenacity? Do we have the partnerships to move these programs forward? I will incorporate life cycle cost decisions into how we move our projects forward. I will look into our state of, I will look at innovative models to reduce project cost so that what we build will have an impactful return return on investment for our community and for for our program as well. I will engage the congressional delegation and other elected officials so that we can position HART programs when we pursue federal funding. And as I end this, I will talk about diversity, inclusion, and equity. This is not some buzzword for me. As somebody who is a minority myself, and I have benefited from some of these programs, this is going to be front and center of everything we do. Nobody in this agency is going to feel tolerated. I deliberately did not use the word tolerance because you don't need to feel tolerated. You will be welcomed because our strength is in our diversity. I'm going to strengthen and foster an environment of inclusion and respect to make sure that everybody who walks through our door or does business with us understand that this is how seriously we take this. And then I'll formalize equity review and analysis in every agency undertaking to make sure that we look at how we do business with a very clear intent of pursuing diversity and equity. Now, as I end, I believe you have a very clear idea of my goals and long-term plans for this agency. But I want to speak a little about myself and what I bring to this job. For 20 years, I have worked to position myself to lead an organization of this size, of this complexity. I have had experience with large organization, model. I have had experience with small organization, Birmingham Transit. I have had experience working in the consulting, and then the project that pretty much defined my career is the Atlanta Beltline, which is one of the most important, one of the most impactful projects in the country. The vision to think big is what I bring to this. The ability to get things done is what I bring to this. The ability to attract the kind of talent that will work with me to position HART in a way that we will take this agency to the next level. I am a very visionary, innovative, and strategic thinker. I'm thinking 5 steps ahead, even as we're struggling with what we're doing here. I work on consensus. You cannot force anybody to agree with you. But in those areas where you have agreement, you need to make progress. You cannot wait until everything is agreed to before you make progress. And that was how we were able to move the Beltline forward. I'm a stable, very well-rounded individual, a technology advocate. I swear by technology. I believe it is one of those things that we can use to increase our customers' experience as well as advance our services. The ability to thrive in a very complex political environment is what I also bring here. As I end this, I want to thank the board, the HART community. I believe this is the time to look for a leader who is well-rounded, qualified, so to speak, to take what is really a well-run organization. Because one of the things I did before I applied was to go to your National Transit database and look at what kind of organization HART is. And I realized that there are a lot of good people who work here. All that they really need is the leadership to come in and work with them to move this agency forward. And I will stop here and take any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Ukwa. And we've gone a little bit over in the presentation time, so we're going to have to tighten it up in the question and answer time. Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
I think my hand was up from before, but I'll just, as long as I'm here, I'll say thank you so much for applying. I was really just so impressed by your presentation, how I guess the precision of it and recognizing the detail and going forward with a plan like that. I was very, very impressed. I have to tell you that the words from the beginning that really moved me were culture of financial stewardship, because I feel very much like, and this is not on our financing people that I'm saying this, but not a recognition about the costs for the certain investments we make, even when we're desperately underfunded. It seems like sometimes we, put out there building the Taj Mahal rather than a simple station or place or a simple service. So I guess, I just think it's pretty amazing the things that you outlined, the courageous consensus builder. I really like that. Yes, there always will be disagreement, and that's fine. You move to where you can, and you move on what you can agree on, I think. And so I think those were really great points. I guess I really like what you have here organizationally too, in terms of looking at the organizational structure. So maybe I could ask about that, because you talked about I liked it that you put out a plan there for an organizational structure, and you looked at the talent pool that HART has, and you thought about possibilities otherwise. One thing, I know you said you were going to be very clear within the organization about that, and that's great. How do you envision when you go for this restructuring? I think a lot of board members were taken quite by surprise when the last time a restructuring was done without any prior information or discussion with board members. So how do you look at bringing the board along with that? I'm just curiously.
Something of that nature shouldn't happen without the board being apprised of it and the board being a part of it, really. Organizational restructuring is basically what determines how the organization runs. And if the board that leads the organization is unaware of that, I believe that is a mistake. Going forward, I am not here to change things. Like I told you, there are good people who work here. I'm going to work with the team that we have. But you have a lot of open seats, as it is. You have a lot of open seats. And these will need to be filled, be it from within or we bring people from outside. Everybody will have an opportunity to be a part of this, from all over the country or even within this community. I believe there are people here who will see this as an opportunity to also work for HART, you know. So whatever this and however this organizational restructuring takes place, if at all, because I'm not saying that I'm going to do it, I'm going to analyze it, and then a decision will be made if it is necessary, you know. But trust me, the board will be a part of that decision. It's not something that will just be foisted, so to speak, on the board.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Kemp?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you. Director Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Igwe-Ukwa, right?
Igwe-Ukwa,
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I'm going to use your words. You mentioned you are a planner. You started out with the plan. You're a strategic thinker and visionary. And quite frankly, your presentation represents that and shows how methodical you are and how you put your standards together in a very objective type of manner. You also mentioned agile leadership, and that may be a term that may be unfamiliar to some of the employees at HART, because you're actually looking at processes and you're looking at the ability to implement, or either you fail fast. And so sometimes failure is not what we want to happen, but it's necessary based on the agile leadership practice. And so in doing that and combining that question with the second one, I understand your preparation, your planning, your vision, and so forth. I'm just not clear on how you relate to others and how you make those things happen in bringing change and stability to the agency. I'm not getting that feel. So if you could help me understand maybe your style or how you lead people or your interpersonal relationships, and then as you combine some of these great ideas and tested and proven processes and practices that are in the market today. Thank you.
Thank you. My agile leadership actually comes into use in response to the COVID-19 environment.
I'm sorry, I could barely hear you, if you don't mind.
I said my agile leadership comes into use in the context of the COVID-19 response, because the COVID-19 environment is an ever-changing one. There is nothing constant there. You have to be responsive, agile, and flexible to move that forward. You know. Now, with regard to relations to staff or to people who work with me, I'm a collaborative leader. I lead by consensus. I believe that everybody has to have a say and have their opinion before decisions are made. That will create an environment where even if you don't get everything you want, you will get some of the things you want. None of us will ever get everything we want. So I will offer people the opportunity to express their needs and have their opinion recognized in any decision that I made.
Does that do for you, Vice Chair Williams?
Yes, thank you.
Councilman Schisler, you're recognized.
Be brief. I just wanted to say thank you. Welcome to Tampa again.
Thank you.
And I appreciate the time and effort in answering my questions when we spoke a couple of weeks ago. And again, for coming here today and answering the additional questions. Thank you very much, and we look forward to what happens next. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if the board members will remove their hands when they're done with their questions, I have something I'd like to ask you about, Mr. Ikwa, is I was very impressed in our interview with your experience and knowledge and perspective and enthusiasm for transit-oriented development and what that really means on the ground and what that really means in our community with our transit agency and how that interfaces and comes together with affordable housing and how our transit agency might be able to plug in and participate in our local visions and efforts towards transit-oriented development and affordable housing.
The Atlanta Beltline, which is where I currently work, was a vision that came out of a student thesis and basically advanced to what is now one of
Interrupt for just a minute. We've lost the audio there. And while we're fixing technical issues, let me say that I think Commissioner Kemp's hand is not working. She doesn't seem to be able to pull that down. So we'll just wait on having a...
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. The Beltline has become a very transformational project, but with it came the challenge of gentrification, and this is real. Suddenly, people who have lived in communities for decades have their property values triple, and therefore are challenged to continue living where they are. Now, the Beltline itself was funded on tax increment, meaning back in 2005, the city, the county, and the school district, which are the local government authorities that have taxing authority in the area, agreed to agreed to maintain their tax receipts on the 2005 level. So everything after that, every increment over that 2005 level went directly to funding the Beltline. So that is how that works. So that money is now used to implement the Beltline infrastructure. So this is something that if your laws agree and if the political will exists, can be leveraged depending on what kind of, you'll have to define the area first and what kind of investments or infrastructure or commercial activities will be affected by this. Single-family housing in the Beltline district was excluded. So it's mostly commercial housing and multifamily housing, so that its impact is on the business people, and this is something that they wanted. So it helped that the single-family homes were exempted from that. So it's an opportunity for us to work together to see other ways of raising money to pursue infrastructure, be it transit or any other things that we can do.
Thank you. And if I could just follow up with the experience you had working with the 25 neighborhood planning units in Atlanta on land use issues with transit-oriented development. Can you speak a little bit more about how that might inform your work here with HART as we work to encourage more transit-oriented development and discourage sprawl in our community and make transit work effectively and efficiently by helping to direct growth in ways that would work together with transit?
Atlanta has a process where anything that has to do with development and zoning goes through what they call neighborhood planning units, NPUs. There are 25 NPUs in the city. So especially if you're looking for variances from zoning regulations, you will have to go through the neighborhood planning units to show them what your plans are. And those neighborhood planning units actually vote whether to approve or not approve your development before you now take it to the Department of City Planning, where your application will be reviewed, So walking through those neighborhoods that way, you're able to make sure that you're not putting projects where the people don't want, And it also gives grassroots legitimacy to what the planning department is doing, One thing I wanted to touch on is affordable housing as it relates to the Beltline. The gentrification issue that I spoke about is very impactful, and affordable housing has become one of the major planks of the Beltline as an agency. Everything we do is focused now on making sure that we maintain affordable housing in our planning unit. We required by statute, the city statute that established the Beltline to at least produce 5,600 affordable housing units within the Beltline planning area. Those 5,600, we're not there yet. We're still working towards it. Our board adopted a policy where every budget surplus, I think about 75% of our budget surplus, will go directly to our affordable housing trust fund. And through that way, we've been able to really raise some money to incentivize development that will help us meet that 5,600 affordable housing target.
Sounds like a dream come true to me. Director McLean, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Henry, good morning and welcome. It's a pleasure to see you again, too. And hopefully you don't mind me calling you Henry.
Oh, yeah.
So we had a great conversation, and I appreciate that, too. During our conversation, I asked a question, and I just want to kind of expand on that just a little bit. And it had to deal with what some folks commonly refer to as our choice riders. As you know, our ridership, as you mentioned earlier in your opening briefing there, our ridership is bound. How do we reach those people that have other options for transit? How do we reach out to those? As you're aware, Midtown is growing, West Shore Corridor is growing, and we have great growth in Tampa and Hillsborough County. So how do we reach those other folks out there that do have options for transit, using some of your innovation?
In our business, we have two kinds of ridership. Those who depend on us and are the core of our service. They don't have another choice. They depend on what we provide as the means by which they accomplish their livelihood. We, as an agency, must remain faithful to that group of people. We cannot do anything that will threaten that. And as CEO here, I am going to make sure that we do that. If you don't mind me digressing a little, I had an experience when I was in Birmingham where I was asked to cut back service. Unfortunately, there was a part of the community where there has been a lot of migration away, but you still had about, I believe, 4 people who still used our service, depended on our service to go to work and come back from work. But we had a bus route that was pretty much empty, because a lot of people have moved away from the neighborhood. So the plan was to take away that route. But you have 4 people, We are in the people business, and this is all about people, but sometimes it gets to the point of where it is about this person. It's not just about people anymore. It's about this person. So that was how specific it had become at that point. I was able to go out there and talk to everybody there, find out who actually used the service, and we found out that these 4 people, based on their schedule, we can provide service in the morning, 2 runs that will get them in, get them out, and then 2 runs in the afternoon that will bring them back. So basically, that's what we did. We cut out the middle part of the route and took those people in and out, and that took care of that. The other part of our ridership are the choice riders. These people have options. They use transit because it helps them save money, or it just helps them, some of them have conscience, social conscience, that they shouldn't be contributing to their carbon footprint. So those are the kind of people, though, who will make your transit grow. Those are the people who will make your transit grow. And what attracts them is their experience, the experiential part of their trip. So you have to make your trip and the services you provide very comfortable, very timely, because usually those things, those kind of people, they are very time conscious, You have to make it very timely, and then you have to also make it frequent. Frequency is another thing that helps choice riders get on the service. So a combination of those, frequency, comfort, and timeliness is important for choice riders. Now, one of the things that have helped us is that the millennials who take their phone and are looking and don't want to drive, that's another group of people that we can begin to focus on as riders. They don't want to drive. It's become a part of their culture, So we can encourage that by making services available to them, finding out from them. Normally they're young. You don't really reach them through our traditional methods, so you'll have to find other ways to reach them and find out what they want in the services that we provide. So we will do our best to make sure that we reach all these people to help them continue to use our service, because that is the only way we can actually grow our service.
McLean?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, we have 1 minute left in our time, but Mr. Ikwadukwa, I will give you 3 minutes to wrap up with a closing statement or any questions you have for us, anything you'd like to say before we move on to our next applicant.
Well, Madam Chair, the board, the HART community, it's been a pleasure and an honor to be here. I believe this is a great opportunity for HART to get to the next level, and leadership, a visionary leadership, a transparent leadership that will have the temperament to know when to push, when to pull, and when to stand still is critical. Throughout my 20 years of service, I have exhibited at multiple areas where I showed leadership that moved things. When I arrived in Birmingham, they haven't had a labor agreement in years. I worked with the executive director then to make sure that we have a labor agreement with the union. So most of our jurisdictions, we are up in arms. I worked with them to bring them back into the fold. So I have the opportunity here to come back here, to come here and do those things that will help us take HART to the next level. I will hope I will get that opportunity with you, and I look forward to working with you if selected.
Thank you very much. And on behalf of the board, I want to thank you for taking this time with us here today and for taking time with us all along the process, meeting with each of us, and for taking such an interest in helping HART to be the best we can be. It's clear you've done your homework on us. You can count on us having done our research on you. And we wish you safe travels on your way back. And that will close this candidate presentation. Thank you. Staff, if you can disinfect and make the transition to the next candidate as quickly as possible. Director McLean, I see your hand still up, and I know that Commissioner Kemp's hand stopped working sometime. There we go. Commissioner Kemp, this might be an opportunity for you to log out and log in really quickly while they're have this transition. Yep. Okay. And we will just wait a moment for the next candidate. Thanks to everyone for your thoughtful questions. Thanks to staff for all your help with our first hybrid meeting. I think we're doing really well. Great. I see Mr. Price queuing up here, and while his presentation is queuing up, I'll just point out that we are now just about 20 minutes late. So if we start here at 11:50, we will start the next presentation at 12:35 so that we don't shortchange any of our applicants. Mr. Price.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good to see you again. Welcome. We're very glad you're here. And as you know, we've scheduled you for a 10 to 15 minute presentation, plus a little time for follow-up questions from the board and any other comments you might have for us. We've met you, you've met all of us, and talked a little bit to each other before we've gotten here. So at this point, I will just turn the floor over to you to start your presentation, and welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board, chair. I'd also like to say thank you to the HART community as well as HART staff that are listening today. My name is Jim Price, and I'm going to share with you my plan for the upcoming year should I be selected as HART CEO. You will note that I didn't put times or dates or when certain things are going to be done, because the goals and priorities I have will work to reinforce each other as we execute them. And so I'm going to try to bring the whole package together. My first immediate priority will be to ensure that COVID-19 protocols are in place and are being followed. I want to review the COVID-19 policies and procedures, but it's not enough to have good procedures in place. How are they actually being executed in the field? So I want to take a look at the actual adherence. Are our operators, mechanics, and employees doing as they're supposed to be doing according to the policies and procedures? And how is the public and customers at large responding to those for those protocols? Because if either doesn't follow the protocols, it has a tendency to degrade the safety of our system, and so we may have to do some training, some outreach to make sure that we're in compliance. Having these policies and procedures being dutifully executed is very, very important, because one of the things that we're going to have to do as an agency, we need to be able to prove to the public, our customers, that we provide a safe environment in our vehicles and in our facilities. The second immediate priority is a goal to determine HART's financial stability and to verify the appropriate use of CARES funding. CARES funding came at the perfect time when we were losing revenue due to lost ridership, and we had increased expenses to take precautions to harden our facilities and equipment. You know, I think one of the first things that I want to do is make sure that I have a full understanding of funding sources, of revenues and expenses, determine the sustainability of HART's current financial condition. And I'm not just talking about an immediate condition, but how is HART's financial stability going forward. I sit down and take a real good look at this current year's budget and make adjustments for short-term and long-term stability, and then take a look at CARES funding, find out where it's being spent. I believe CARES funding is primarily used to make up lost revenue due to lost ridership, and to cover those additional expenses that we've incurred making sure that our facilities and our vehicles are safe. We don't want to squander the CARES money because we don't know when or if we will ever get more. And from everything that I've read and everything that I've seen, until there's a vaccine, COVID is going to linger in our society for an indefinite period of time. One key to financial recovery is ridership. Would be a priority to try to recover as much lost ridership as we possibly can. there are typically three ways to increase ridership. One is to provide service in places you don't go currently. Another is to increase frequency. And a third is to market your services. The first two ways are not easy to implement. They're certainly not quick. There are Title VI studies that need to be done if you're going to either increase service or decrease service or increase or decrease frequencies to look for those impacts. The marketing HART services is the quickest way to affect positive change in ridership. But before you do that, you have to make sure that your facilities are safe, your facilities are secure, and your rolling stock is as well. And then once you're satisfied that you've got good policies and procedures in place, that your facilities are indeed safe and secure, then you market them and say, but in order to market something successfully, the things that you're saying need to be absolutely true. Perhaps one of the most significant priorities is the health of HART's organization. I would evaluate, like the other candidates, I would evaluate the organizational structure to make sure that it meets the current and future needs of HART and the challenges that it's going to face. I certainly don't go into this trying to make wholesale changes. I take a minimalist approach to organizational change. I would be new to this organization, and it would be arrogant of me to impose my structure on an organization that's got its own culture. So I would respect it. I would approach this in taking minimal changes to bring the organization in the direction that I feel that it would need to go. If I find that in order for HART to succeed, I have to take a little bit bigger changes, I will, but I would never do that in a vacuum. The employees, the organization internally, and the board would know about the changes well before they were actually implemented. The second phase of that is staffing and staff. Do we have the right mix of personnel? Do we have the right skill sets? Do we have the right jobs in order to meet the current and future challenges? And do we have existing staff in those positions for HART to succeed for short-term and long-term? I would enter into this phase with the idea everybody that's in their job, they're in a job for a reason, right? And I want them to succeed. I want them to be happy. And I will work with them to try to make sure that they are successful. The positions that are vacant, I would look for existing talent. Is the organization, does it have the talent in the organization? If it's determined that we don't have the talent in the organization, then we would cast the widest possible net that society could provide so that we can attract the best possible talent. But it's not good enough to have really good talent if you don't utilize that talent in a positive and effective way. You need to be inclusive. Every single employee, in order to get the full value, they need to feel important. They need to feel like they're contributing. They need to feel like they're part of a team. And where organizations often fail, they hire people, they put them in positions, and then they sit them over in a corner, and they begin to ask themselves, why am I here? And we would certainly want to avoid that. One of the things that I bring into every organization I've been, we don't hire amateur bus operators. We don't hire amateur mechanics. We don't hire amateur secretaries. We don't hire amateur customer service agents. We hire professionals. and we have a professional expectation of all of our people, but along with that, we treat every single employee as though they are a professional. We have professional expectations for them. And finally, and this is central to my management style, is you respect everyone all the time. Our bus operators who deal with the public, they respect their customers. Their customers are not always right. They're not always friendly. They're not always easy to deal with. We understand that, but you will treat them with respect. And the supervisors in transportation, our operators, not all of our operators are ideal. Most of them are, but some of them are not. Some of them have life challenges. I tell the supervisors in front of the operators, they may not always be right, but you will always treat our operators with respect, and that works up the entire chain of command. Respect is central to any healthy organization. Respect, inclusiveness of all our personnel. Everybody's got an oar. Everybody's pulling in the same direction. Outreach. HART won't thrive without enthusiastic support of the public. We have to foster relationships, partnerships with communities, with their leadership and other government entities. We cannot do what needs to be done. The work of the people can't be done without these vital partnerships and without the enthusiastic support of our neighborhoods, our communities, our customers, and our employees. Some of the things that I would do, communications will be perhaps one of my biggest priorities in the first year. I would start with one-on-one conversations with my senior staff. They have their finger on the pulse of the organization, of what the challenges to the community are, and I will listen. I will want to know what they think. I will conduct periodic town hall meetings with operators and with mechanics, the frontline personnel. I shared with many of you in our conversations. I do this quarterly with my operators and mechanics and other employees. And when I first started years ago, those meetings were not always pleasant. There was a lot of frustration. There was a lot of anger. And over time, they come to understand that I listen, I act. When I tell them I'm going to do something, I do it. And I can tell you today that those meetings are far from those first meetings. They're actually quite friendly. I still learn a lot in those meetings from my operators and from my mechanics. And so conversations with all our staff is vital, and you can't do it one time and think the job's done. Then I would meet with our union leadership, talk to them, find out what their concerns, their needs, their wants. I'll share with them. We may not always agree, but I will state my case. I'll explain why I'm doing it, and I will respect your position. I understand what you're doing, and I respect what you're doing, but I have responsibilities that I have to execute as well, and I will always try to be fair. I will always try to be honest. That's the internal customer. The external customer is every bit as valuable. I need to go out and talk to every community, every neighborhood, every school, every trip generating source, every destination source, and talk to all the people who have a vested interest in the success of transportation in their community. I won't have all their answers, especially at the beginning. I won't pretend I do, but I'll go there and I'll listen, I'll take notes, and I will come back. And I will have worked on the things that I heard. I will tell them what I was able to do. I will tell them what I wasn't able to do. I'll tell them why, and I may ask them for help. But the idea is want to be approachable. I'm vulnerable. You know, I need them to help me, to help HART become a success. I'll reach out to community leaders and ask for guidance, ask for direction. What do you think is important? How can I help your community? How can I help your neighborhood? And from all this, I'll gather information and compile it and prioritize it. And then I'll have a plan that is approaching maturity. All right, this is the time I would say, all right, I would come back to you and say, here are my priorities. This is what I've heard is important. This is what I think we need to do. And I will get your direction, your guidance, and your blessing, hopefully, to execute a more detailed plan. And that plan for success, we need a success. We need a success in order to build confidence from our employees, from our customers. Oh, that wasn't me. Sorry. We need to inspire confidence. And one way that I found that we've been able to inspire confidence in our employees and in our customers, in their communities, is to go out and say, all right, we've got X, Y, and Z, and we're going to execute X, Y, and Z. All right? This is why we're doing X, Y, and Z. You know, this is what we think the benefits are going to be. Right? And then do it. All right? And then go back, so we did it. What do you think? Did it do everything that we wanted it to do? All right. Then you slowly build confidence. You're not going to transform HART in this go-getting, highly confident organization until you demonstrate it over and over and over again. Right? And you start with smaller projects and you gradually build to more ambitious projects. But building success along the way will help galvanize support for the future activities of HART. You know, in order to do that, I need to make sure HART has got the right skill sets within the organization to monitor and control. There's a lot of organizations, particularly organizations embarking on projects that they've never tried before. They depend heavily on consultants. And consultants, trust me, are important. But you don't give the keys to your organization to a consultant. You have to have someone in the organization that understands what we're trying to achieve and has some basic understanding of how that can be done successfully. You know, I think that when you look at projects, you need to look at the expected revenues and the anticipated project expenses. I've worked on projects that had enormous budgets, and I've worked on projects that barely had enough to get the core done. And so, but your approach to executing projects is the same. You need to control cost. You need to be a guardian of the schedule. You need to make sure that you deliver scope. And you need to know what the scope is so that at the end you didn't build this and spend money and not achieve the desired outcomes. Prioritize investment and improvement projects in order of need and expected benefits. Why are you building it? I mean, seriously, why are you building it? Right? And you need to be able to define that it is going to increase ridership, it's going to serve a neighborhood that has a vital need. We're trying to attract new riders. Why are we doing it? And is it worth spending the money that we're projecting that it's going to cost to do it? It's a common sense thing. It's just like what you do with your home. If you're going to put a new roof on, why are you putting a new roof on? Right? You need to be pretty certain about what you're doing. And then develop a strategic plan that that takes all your laundry list of projects, puts them in a priority, attaches some anticipated expense to each one, and then you need to look at your financial plan and where can I shoehorn these projects in, and so that you have a realistic expectation for what you could do. Before I left here today, I thought it was important to sort of share with you some principles and values that I operate from. And some of the words that you're going to see, you've heard already today, because they are important words and they're important to me. Stewardship. Use public resources wisely and bent to the benefit of the community. Provide a good transportation value with excellent service, which is safe, reliable, convenient, and affordable. And do it right the first time. And many of you heard me use the following slogan, if you will, measure twice and cut once. Just do a thorough job, do it right the first time, and don't have to do it again, because that's waste time, it is expensive, and it erodes confidence. And so stewardship is vital. Customer service. Address the needs of the customers with respect and in a timely manner. When you learn of a problem, don't do a 6-month study to fix it unless it's absolutely necessary. Respond. Go out and talk to them and try to respond. Good customer service isn't the responsibility of a selected few in the organization that happen to work in the customer service department. Every operator is responsible for customer service. Every mechanic is responsible for customer service. The state of good repair of our facilities and our vehicles is good customer service. So a mechanic has got those responsibilities. Supervisors who release those vehicles on a day-to-day basis. Those supervisors who dispatch operators, making sure that the operators dressed properly and properly trained and properly assigned the right work for that day. That's all good customer service, putting our customers' needs first. It includes technology. Right? I don't feel that you go out and you buy technology for the sake of technology. The technology brings things. If you're a millennial, you live your life through your smartphone. You want to be able to buy your ticket from your cell phone. You want to look at where your bus is on your cell phone. That's examples of technology that help provide good customer service. Transparency.
Mr. Price, excuse me just a moment, but we're running over time now for your presentation. So if you wrap it up quicker, we could have a little bit more board interaction with you.
Absolutely. I tell you what, transparency, safety and security, respect in the workplace, and honesty and trustworthiness. You can read what I said. They are all very important to me, and those would be my guiding principles if I were selected as your next CEO.
Thank you very much, and please forgive me for breaking in, but we have, I know we have one more time certain today, and we're already 20 minutes late for her, and she has a plane to catch. So I can't let this go any longer than we have scheduled. So I appreciate your wrapping it up quickly. I am going to open the floor for board members' questions or discussions. And while you're raising your hands, board members, I would ask you, Mr. Price, a question, a good question from our consultants list, and that is, how have you included the principles of diversity and inclusion into your decision-making and hiring and service delivery? And how would you include these principles here at HART?
Yes, ma'am. When we are hiring to fill positions, one of the things I look for is the best possible talent. Years ago, we would seem to be drawing from the same source. We were interviewing the same type of people, the talents that we were looking for, the skill sets. It was as though almost every candidate brought the same thing to the table. I asked our HR department to go back out and advertise again, but advertise in different locations. I spoke to a number of universities in the area. We went to traditional minority schools where instead of like Old Dominion University, we went to Norfolk State, we went to Hampton University, and we went in there and we talked about transit careers. A lot of our students that we talked to were looking for summertime jobs. And we always felt that, and we had seasonal bus service along the beachfront in Virginia Beach. And so we attracted quite a few people from the universities to drive buses in the summertime. And it's not an easy job to get, frankly. You got to have a clean driving record. You have to have a clean criminal record. You got to be drug-free and alcohol-free. And you'd be surprised at how many people get screened out. But we brought it in, and we were getting different people, different backgrounds, different skill sets in the job. And many of the, some of the students who came to work for us made a decision to make transit a career. One person was a driver for about 5 years, became a supervisor, who ultimately became a manager. And she has since left the organization, and she works in WMATA now with her husband. And so that's one example of where we broadened the market. But one of the things that we did with that one particular young lady, we had a summer season where we opened a bus division just for the summer months. We gave that young lady the opportunity to be a seasonal manager. She was a supervisor at the time. Gave her the...
I'm sorry. Audio on Mr. Price.
I'm so sorry. I'm sometimes thumbs. But we gave a young lady the opportunity to become a manager.
Lost it again.
Oh, it's not me.
We're using a powerful disinfectant on that mic.
Okay, very good. She was the interim manager. She did an outstanding job. One of the stories that I heard from a customer was a man who had been to the beach with his family, left his wallet and a towel on the bench in the bus. And she remembered, the bus operator remembered what hotel they got out at. And she went to the hotel, talked to the front desk clerk, said, would you mind calling this gentleman down? And she gave that gentleman his wallet back and saved their vacation. And so not that particular behavior is unique, but it is an example of great customer service. The act of giving her an opportunity to shine was the example of the inclusiveness that we try to create. We try to create an environment where people feel important, they feel empowered to act. They don't have to come and ask for permission to do things. And then we promoted her to a manager when we had a vacancy, when an opportunity created. So she did an outstanding job. I don't know if you heard about in Virginia Beach, we had a huge concert that was called Something in the Water. And we had 100,000 plus people that showed up. And the only way to get to those venues was that bus service. And this young lady managed that with the city. And it was very instrumental when she got an opportunity to get a more prestigious job with a bigger transit agency. That helped her propel her career.
Thank you. Board members, any last questions for Mr. Price? Mr. Price, is there anything else you would like to say to us or ask us before we wrap this up?
I want to say thank you very much. I'm indeed honored to have had an opportunity to speak to you today, so thank you very much. I did want to say thank you to Lena and Danielle for making my life so much easier the last couple of weeks, and I wanted to thank Ivan for driving me to and from the airport. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We do have a great crew here, a great bunch of dedicated employees, every bit like the stories you are telling. And thank you very much, Mr. Price, for taking all this time with us here today and all along in the process, and for making time to meet with each of us, and for your interest in HART and helping us make HART the best we can and move into the future. So with that will close this interview, and we'll move to the next one with some of the usual disinfection process in between.
This is Commissioner Overman. I highly recommend that if you need a snack before lunch, now is the perfect time to go get it. That's your public service safety announcement.
Thank you, Commissioner Overman. I have a little snack here myself, and I encourage everyone to try to keep your strength up.
should be some. I don't know where they are. Oh, there's some.
All right, I see Mrs. LeGrand being situated, getting ready to join us. And I would just like to, on behalf of the board, welcome you, Ms. LeGrand. We're very glad you're here. We understand your schedule is tight. We will try to accommodate this in as timely manner as we can, but we want to give you all the time that was allotted. So you are scheduled for a 10 to 15 minute presentation, and then we'll have some time for follow-up questions from the board or any questions you have for us. I will just acknowledge that you have met with all of us, so we all do know quite a bit about each other, and you know a little bit about us. So I'll just turn the floor over to you to start your presentation. Welcome, and thank you for coming.
Well, thank you for having me, and I'd like to say good afternoon to all of you. My schedule is pretty open, so do not worry about me getting out of Tampa. It's my objective to stay here for a very long time. So with that, I'm going to start my presentation. So today I'm going to share with you my vision for the next 12 months. And it's really a vision that's focused on being strategic. I recognize that the answers in most cases are already in the community in which you serve, but it's a matter of establishing trust and transparency, renewing the organization as an organization of excellence, and then creating a vision that everyone can, buy into and support. So over the next year, my focus would be for the first 90 days to really deliberately spend a lot of time with building and establishing trust and transparency. And that will continue throughout my tenure as the CEO. But for the first 90 days, that's really where I'm going to spend a lot of time. From there, I would like to focus on renewing the organization and then creating a vision for HART for the future. So when I talk about establishing trust and transparency, really what I'm talking about is giving people the opportunity to first get to know who I am. You can't trust someone if you don't know who they are. And it's important to me for people to know where I come from and why I view public mobility as a space where we really can improve the lives of the communities in which we serve. I'm a daughter of immigrant parents who came from Central America and the Caribbean for a better opportunity and a better life and future for myself and the rest of our family. I know firsthand growing up in New York, having access to public transportation allowed me to access all that my city had to offer. And as a professional spending my career in public transportation, I know through study and technique that if public transportation is designed appropriately, taking into consideration the public and the community that they serve, you can indeed change the quality of life for the better of your community. So to do that, I will communicate who I am, recognizing that my background may be different, but it's those differences that allow us to move forward together in a meaningful, sustainable way. I will also listen, and listen tirelessly and actively to the staff, inclusive of the mechanics, the operators, the schedulers, the bus washers, the administrative staff, the leadership, listening to everyone internally in the organization, as well as our customers from the various diverse neighborhoods and communities in which we serve, and our stakeholders and partners. And the objective here is to listen for opportunities so that we can all move the organization forward. And then in order to engage trust and really be transparent, we must engage in conversations. And some of the conversations may be difficult and a little off-putting, but if we have trust and respect for each other, we can have these conversations. I thought it was appropriate to have this African proverb here on this slide, which states, if you want to go quickly, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And my vision is for us to go together as a community as we go forward to building trust and transparency. But next would be to renew the organization within that first 6-month period. And that really means for us to take a moment and think about where we are as an organization and assess our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats, and how we can really develop a plan to address opportunities for us to move forward in a sustainable way. It's important for us to build a team that understands what success means and how it's defined, and also to build partnerships with people in the community who can help us achieve our goals and our visions as we work tirelessly to envision or rebrand HART as an agency of excellence. And also to build relationships with our customers and our community so that they know we're here listening to them and wanting to work with them to help them to access those amenities and services that will help better and improve their lives and their communities. And I'll also say that it will be very important for us through this process of building trust and transparency and working to renew the organization to attract the best and brightest that can support us to ensuring that our organization is as strong as possible. Remember, through the SWOT analysis, we would have identified where our weaknesses are. So that means we need to attract capable people who can help us overcome those weaknesses, as well as helping people to continue to keep us strong where we are already strong. Attracting also partnerships with partners that we don't currently have, so that we can look at ways to find additional funding sources, possibly having public-private partnerships as we advance the program, as well as new customers to attract them to the great service that we're providing. There are several who don't know about the great work that's currently going on, as well as the plans for the future. And here is an opportunity to attract those folks as well. Within the first 12 months, really, after we are talking about building trust and transparency, we're continuing to do this. We're renewing the organization, continuing to take those steps of building a strong team. It's really creating a vision for HART. And this vision is really focused on a couple of things here. First, advancing the immediate and long-term goals and objectives of the organization. We have to and continue to provide service to the community that we're serving today. But at the same time, we must be focused on the future and not lose sight that in order for us to continue to advance and grow, we have to be mindful of what the future looks like and how we can address the needs that the community is going to have. But then we have to formalize that plan and articulate it in a document which I'm calling the Strategic Mobility Plan. And that document should be all-encompassing, looking at operations, looking at facilities, looking at opportunities for transit-oriented development. It should be strategic, but also it needs to be a tangible document that's tactical. So we actually have a plan on how we implement this vision. And it needs to be inclusive of the voices of the community that we've been engaging with over this period of time, so that at the end we have consensus on where we want to go. And we know that our plan is grounded in the fact that the community wants us to take them there, and we're working together in a partnership. And in order to implement this plan, we have to then take a look again internally to ensure that we are structured appropriately to actually deliver the plan. Do we have the right people in the organization? Are we organizationally structured to deliver on everything that's in the plan? And if not, we have to put a plan in process so that we can start to retool so that we're able to actually implement the plan over the 20-year horizon period. So what I have presented here is really, something that may seem a little simplistic. But in my vision, I see this as being really the core of really moving an organization forward. First, you have to have trust and transparency, internally and externally, to build relationships with your partners in your community. Second, you have to renew the organization so that your staff and your team, one, understand the culture of your organization is based on success, trust, transparency, and respect. That they have a leader who's here, who's dedicated to them and their community, and wants to ensure that we're working tirelessly together to meet the community's needs. And then creating a vision that's tangible and measurable so that we can hold ourselves accountable and our community can hold us accountable for really being good stewards of their dollars, their time, and their respect. I've spent a career in this field. I have spent a lifetime working on challenging projects and helping communities to overcome those challenges. Also, I've worked to build great teams focused on success. as well as engaging with communities in a way that not only am I allowing myself to hear and learn from the community, but I'm giving them an opportunity to really shape the direction that we go in. I believe this background of my career for over 20 years has well prepared me to serve as the HART CEO to go through this transformational time today. Thank you for this opportunity, and I look forward to engaging with you in the Q&A.
Well, thank you very much. I will be opening the floor to board members for discussion. Let me kick it off by asking a question kind of similar to, I think, what Director Williams was getting at earlier. Can you get a little bit more specific about how you would establish budget priorities and what you would look at in our area to get started with, given our current state of affairs, and then big picture where you would go from here. I was impressed when you and I spoke with your planning background, your planning credentials, and so I would just like to give you a chance to expand a little bit more on the details of where you think you might be able to take HART here in our community.
Well, thank you. That is a great question, and it is very timely. We are in a time when we recognize that the world outside is totally different today than it was, the beginning of the year. When I walked in, I mentioned that this is my first in-person meeting, and with all these screens, either I'm a bank teller, but I'm not, but you feel that way, right? So, how do we really address the budget, and what are the plans for the priority? I would say there's a couple of steps. One, first understanding where the need is today. I recognize that the system is designed and was built for a time before we had COVID. And I also recognize that the way people are traveling is different today than they were traveling several months ago. So for example, in most cases, transit is designed to take people from their homes to their job sites. And as we know, many people are working from home, and those who have to go to work are the essential workers. But there are several other trips that may not be either available for them to take, or we're not covering them the way that people would like us to cover. So I would say in order to really assess how we prioritize the budget, we really have to take a moment to really understand what the demand is and how we can supply service to meet that demand. So first and foremost, I would work with the internal team and the scheduling and marketing department to understand where we're seeing the concentration of demand, understand where the community needs are, and then also understand what our budget is to meet those needs. And as we look to, redesign the system to make sure that we're being more responsive, that's how we can really prioritize where we spend our dollars. But it will take us some time to really, understand and assess where the biggest, not to use a cliche, but the biggest, bang for our bucks will be. And also ensuring that it's very important for us to have service to support the essential workers and the workforce that we currently have. But longer term, it's also looking at where do we want to go as an agency as well as a county. What kind of services do we need to provide? Where are we deficient now that we need to look into providing additional services? Equity is extremely important. We need to look at this through a lens, are we providing equitable service? And if not, what can we do to address that? So I would say that's another priority, to really do some analysis and understand, how we are providing service through an equity lens, as well as it relates to just the nuts and bolts demand that's out there.
Thank you. And Director Frazier, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chair Smith, and hello, Ms. LeGrand. Good to see you again and speak with you. When we spoke earlier, we had a very robust conversation about many different areas, including how integrated the transit system is into a community and how important it is that all those parts work together. And when I look back at your resume, you have an industrial engineering degree, which is the study of people and systems and how complex they can be and how to integrate them. How does that inform your industrial engineering degree, inform your style as a leader and what you would be looking to do as the CEO of this organization?
So thank you for the question and the conversation that we had during our initial interview. It's interesting because as I share with a lot of folks and colleagues in spaces that I'm one of the unique people who didn't stumble into transportation. I always wanted to be in this space. As you mentioned, my background is industrial engineering, which is really about process efficiencies and human factors and really understanding how processes and people work together to create successful outcomes. And I think it's helped me to be successful in my space because I look at everything through a lens of how can I make things better? And it's just intuitive. Plus, I have schooling that helps me find solutions. And I think in a lot of cases, especially, being in transit for a long time, I've been in this space for over 20 years, but for 20 or 30 years, for the most part, things have been pretty much done the same way, right? And it's like you build a route, you have a system, people use it, you check your ridership numbers, you add more buses, the ridership goes up, you reduce it, it goes down. But it's really not looking at practically, is it really the most efficient way to move people? And in this time, during COVID and post-COVID, with all of the conversation pointing to the fact that our future is going to be different than our past, our immediate past, right? Just the last couple of months or maybe 12 to 18 months. This is really the time where my background, as far as looking at ways to be more efficient with the dollars and the budget that you have and finding sustainable solutions. I do this in my sleep. My husband tells me I'm always figuring something, right? But it's really about figuring out the best way to make improvements within your budget that you can see the fastest results. The reality is the community doesn't have a long time for us to figure out how to make things better. They need to get someplace today. So if we take a long time and spend years, and I am a planner, a certified planner, so those planners out there hearing this don't cringe, but no one wants to read another planning document, right? So it's really about understanding how to move forward and doing it in a way that at least incrementally you can see changes. And then being, fearless enough to recognize if something doesn't work, it doesn't mean that you failed. It just means you need to try something else. And I think having a background in industrial engineering has prepared me to understand the nuance between something not working and failing. So I do believe that it's helped me in this space.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Director McLean, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ali, good afternoon. Nice seeing you again, too.
Yes.
And I do appreciate our conversation we had there. And I'm going to touch on that. I asked the same or a similar question of two candidates already before, but I'm going to kind of synthesize it a little bit. Tampa is a very vibrant, very active and growing community, and I will say Tampa Hillsborough, if you will. So my question really is kind of twofold. Where do you see HART playing a role in that, of course, and that might be an easy one with your background and all. The other question I'll throw in there, too, is as we continue to grow, we're seeing pockets throughout Hillsborough, whether that's West Shore or whether that's within the center of the city, and then, of course, right here. We have what I would call a fairly stable ridership, if you will. Even during this time, we have a fairly stable ridership, which most people don't understand. How do we increase that ridership? And really, I'm getting out to those choice riders that are out there, and they have that option of varying transportation methods they could use. How do we convince them that riding on HART buses is the right answer?
So thank you, Director McLean. And, you hit the nail on the head, right? It's the juxtaposition between, your current customers and gaining additional market share, if you will, right? HART's role in economic development is strong. If you do research, the data will show you as you develop, if you have access to great public transportation, your return on investment increases, rapidly, faster than if you didn't. Most cities that have, also increased their economic development in the urban core, you see that they also have great public transportation to complement that. Now, how do we go about attracting new customers, right? So, part of it is marketing. It might sound simple, but, if you remember Coca-Cola, and I'm going to date myself, they came out with the new Coke, right? Nobody liked the new Coke, right? So they went back to classic Coke, which was already, just regular Coke, right? So they threw classic on there. I don't know if that was deliberate because the sales of classic Coke went up drastically when they got rid of new Coke and started talking about classic Coke. But again, it was marketing and branding. And it goes to HART too. It's a product, right? We're offering a product to the community, and we have to market it and brand it as such. And then we also have to work with the developers and be deliberate. If you're going to build these new developments like in West Shore, we need to have a conversation with them as they're planning that development to say, how are we going to link public transportation? How are you going to include this in your development? If you have a retail component, are you going to ensure that the people who live in these developments have access to, transit pass? Is that a part of their monthly fee for a homeowners association? There are different things that you can do to really market and brand what HART can do. So that's one. And then the other, I would say, and this is not only for HART, this is definitely an industry direction, we have to look at public transportation to go beyond just the bus and the streetcar vehicles, right? It needs to be a comprehensive look at how people are moving. And the objective is to have people move outside of in a vehicle by themselves, right? So our goal as a public transportation authority should be to get people out of single occupancy vehicles and get them to move either in a bus, on a streetcar, on a bicycle, on a scooter. So it's really integrating all of that and then helping people to understand, well, if you ride a scooter to this destination, then you can take the bus to this location and you don't have to drive. Or if you're going out, with some friends on the weekend, you're going to have a good time, you might have a couple of drinks, you can take, the bus from this location and get back home. And then maybe you can call, another vehicle to take you to your final destination because we don't want you behind the wheel. But part of that is a campaign, right, to let people know how we can serve them in their trips. And again, as I mentioned earlier, all the trips are not from a home to work. And if you're talking about attracting new customers who are not reliant on public transportation for their daily trips, we have to market our service in a way that they understand it's not just to get you from home to work. We can take you other places that you want to go, and you don't have to drive to get there.
Thank you. Director Hudson, you're recognized.
Thanks. Good to see you again, Ms. Grant. You have an incredibly impressive background, and I know in this industry it's frequent that private sector experience is certainly in service of public sector organizations. And when we spoke earlier, I was interested in your experience in New Orleans in particular, where you mentioned that, I guess due to state law or something like that, your role really was in the role of working for the organization. And so I think I'd appreciate if you could maybe speak just briefly to why you're prepared now and comfortable with transitioning from a perhaps private sector W-2 to a full-time public employee role.
So thank you, Director Hudson. And you're correct. I started off my career actually in the public sector. I worked for the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. As I mentioned, I'm from New York. And then I moved to Georgia. I got married, and I started working for the Georgia Department of Transportation. And as you can tell, I have white hair now, so I'm on the other side of my career. So if you drew like a little bell, I'm on this end. And I think it's the right time for me to go back to the public sector, and I'm going to tell you why. I spent a good amount of time in the private sector, and I appreciate all the experiences that I had. I had the opportunity to work with several clients, several transit agencies, over 15 years to learn a whole lot. I think it's the fastest experience I've gotten to learn about so many things really at the same time. But now with that knowledge and understanding what's going on, and I'll be completely candid with you today, there's a lot that's going on outside of COVID, right? There's social unrest, there's systemic racism, there's a lot that our communities are facing. And I feel that for me to work to really find change in our community, where I do believe wholeheartedly that public transportation is definitely a way for you to have immediate access to improve your life. And I want to do it and be clean and clear that I'm here to serve the public as a public servant, serving as a servant leader, to help people who look like me and people who want to work with people like me, and serving the community and ensuring that everyone who is supporting, funding, our services has a leader who understands the value of what we're doing for the community. So for me, the best way to do it, without anyone being concerned if I'm really here for the public or here to make a profit, I want to do it on the public sector side, and I want to represent the people of the community. So thank you for asking that question.
Thank you. Director Vieira, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. It's good to see you. And ma'am, I really enjoyed our conversation that we had maybe a week and a half ago. Just a few things. I appreciated some of your comments with regards to our social realities. I think it's very important that our next HART chief or CEO, as others have done in the past, by the way, this is not in any way a slight on anybody in the past, God knows that, but continue to impress upon the public on how mass transit is an issue of social justice. It's an issue of economic justice, and it helps not just move people from point A to point B, but that point B could be, picking up kids at school, daycare issues, jobs, et cetera, that it directly ties to a lot of the things that we've been hearing about for 500 years or the last 9 months or 8 months, 7 months in particular. So just wanted to salute that. One thing that we talked about, and I wanted to talk about this publicly, is with a math problem, so to speak, in the next couple of years, months, what have you, depending on what happens with the, all for.
Director Vieira, we're losing your audio. You may have to, Director Vieira, can you hear me? We lost your audio there for a minute. You may have, Director Vieira?
Transportation. Can you hear me now?
You'll have to back up because we lost a good part of what you were saying. You may have to disconnect your video because I think you're having trouble with the internet there, is what it looked like. Yep.
I'll just get to my question.
Good.
My question is, with regards to employee relations, we could have, mathematical issues, so to speak, where we're having challenges and it may pose a challenge to workers. Tell us about your, relationship that you foresee having with the hardworking men and women of HART, who are the heart and soul of our organization, and given your background, your experiences, et cetera, how you could work with them and establish that trust. Thank you. That's all.
Well, it was good seeing you, and that's a great question. How do you build trust and get people to want to work with you? And that's the way I look at it, right? You have a job, and the reality is the people who are working at HART will have a longer tenure there than I would because they're working there now and I'm not, right? So they've worked for several other people, and why are you going to want to work for me? And what I would share is this. I understand that it is important for you to work in an environment where you're respected and that you feel like the people you work with and for respect you. And it goes back to the presentation about trust and transparency. It's not something that happens overnight, but it's something that you have to work at if you really want it to be successful. And that's who I am. I'm somebody who understands that people work hard because they want to work for you, not because of how much money they make, or not because, they're going to get a fancy watch when they retire. I don't know if they still give out watches, but you guys are the commissioners, so when I retire, I want to watch. No, but, I don't know if people get watches any longer, but, the reality is they want to be in a space. They're spending a lot of time away from their friends and family, and they want to be respected and treated well. And they want to know that their voices are heard. And that's why when I mentioned, the first 90 days about listening and learning, it's a real thing. People want to know that you're interested to hear what they have to offer. They have solutions. They've been doing this for a long time. And you don't need the new person coming in saying, I have all the answers. I don't. What I do know is that I need everyone to work toward being successful, and that means that we have to recognize our differences and use those to find solutions that are sustainable. And what the team will know is that I mean what I say. They will see me. For example, I was here yesterday, I got to ride the system, I got a tour, I had the opportunity to work with several of the staff. The head of maintenance, Scott, showed me the maintenance facility. Colin, the head of safety and security, talked to me about the safety program, helped me to understand how you came out of a challenge and use it as an opportunity to provide barriers on the buses for your operators, and they came in handy during COVID. Got to spend time with Ruthie in operations, as well as Crystal in human resources, again, to understand what they're working on. Saw the great training facilities, opportunities for people to learn more about their space and their field, as well as succession planning opportunities so people can grow within the organization. What I can say is that they will see me. I will not just be a title on the website. I went to the Net Park Transfer Center last night at 8:30 to see what the service looks like at night and got to see some of the customers. I rode the Route 6 bus to the VA hospital and got to sit with the passengers and talk to the operators and see what they're dealing with. So I'm just using this as an example to share with you that I'm out there. And I took the time to do that just for this one weekend. But this is where I will spend most of my time, especially in the first 90 days, so I can really get an assessment of what's going on in the system and build a rapport with the team. So
Thank you. I've had a few hands up and then they dropped off. So I was wondering if that was a technical issue. If I don't call on you, oh yes, there they are. Okay. Mayor Castor, you're recognized.
I'll make this very quick. Ms. LeGrand, and I'm not sure, I didn't think I could be more impressed than our conversation that we had, but apparently you have excelled even further than my expectations. So excellent interview here today. The question I was going to ask was along the lines of what Tyler Hudson asked about your private public experience. But one of the things that I was so impressed with was the way that you wove equality and inclusion into every aspect of your remarks, even dealing with the budget, dealing with HART team members with the board, but most importantly with HART customers. And I was particularly impressed when you talked about how you didn't define riders as dependent or choice. They were your customers, and you wanted to provide the best possible experience for every one of those. So I thank you very, very much for coming here today. Thank you for applying for this position, and I certainly wish you the best of luck.
thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. LeGrand, thank you very much for not only applying, but for the time that we spent together. I learned a great deal about you and also appreciate many of the things that you've said today and the diversity of the presentation that you've offered us. The key issue that I recognized in our call was the way in which you worked when you were in New Orleans. That experience working in a city that is actually experienced, emergency management as far as deploying for a hurricane, helping people move very quickly, understanding how that emergency can translate into best preparation and thought process for not only how we deal with COVID, but we live in a vulnerable community and HART is an integral part of our emergency plan. Having that experience is very helpful in my opinion, but it also helped elucidate how, when we've talked about your public experience and your private experience, looking at your consulting history, when you worked there, you worked as part of the agency, and I don't know that that's very clear. Could you talk about what we discussed as far as how your role in the last 9 or 10 years has evolved over time, and what your position, how you filled that position?
For the question. So I spent, I would say, the last 20 years 15 years with AECOM, which was an engineering firm, and then the last 4 years I've spent with TransDev. I was hired away from AECOM to serve as a member of the New Orleans staff, the New Orleans Regional Transit Authority, NORDA's staff. Based on Louisiana law, the New Orleans RTA, they outsource all of their employees. So all 600 plus employees were outsourced, but we worked 100% for the transit agency. We had to follow all of the state and city regulations as it related to all sorts of engagements. We hired consultants, we did procurement, we did purchasing, we did ethics, we did the state safety oversight. So I was a member of the New Orleans executive team. I worked for the CEO, and he worked for the board of directors. And that was the arrangement in New Orleans since the 80s. I had people on my team who had worked there for 40 years. And, you know, they may have had different companies' names on their checks, but they were there for 40 plus years. And it was a great experience. I had left the public sector where I was a consultant and worked for several different transit agencies to actually being in a transit agency every single day. And Director Overman is correct. We talked a bit about, you know, my first time going to New Orleans and being there for the hurricane season. And when you're on the executive team, you don't get to hide out in your house. You have to get out and get into the transit agency because it's a place where, you know, if there is an evacuation, people are going to come to the location. So as a member of the executive team, I had to be well aware of the emergency preparedness of our agency and also be present all the time, even if it was overnight in that organization. And then I was also responsible for building a team and maintaining relationships internally with the union as well as the administrative staff, and then externally with City Hall and the commissioners for the city council, and you know, and working closely with the leaders in the community. So it was my opportunity of recent, you know, within the last, you know, 4 years of me actually serving in the public sector space. And I shared with Director Overman during our interview that, you know, I really like that experience. And that's why I have decided to throw my name in for a public sector job so I continue to serve in that capacity. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to share that.
Chair, I just have one quick follow-up, if you don't mind, please.
That's fine. Go ahead. Thank you.
So with that, one of the things that actually our chair brought forward was, you know, your background in industrial engineering and planning. We may or may not have a good outcome when it comes to the surtax. And it's incumbent, if we have to go back to referendum in 22 in order to generate the resources in order to build the agency we all want and need in this community. What would your strategic plan encompass, and how would you go about addressing the needs of the agency as it prepares for that in the event that that's our outcome? And I'll stop there.
Mentioned, it's deliberate and focused, recognizing that we're unsure of the fate of the surtax. So if we start with listening and communicating and engaging over the first 90 days and making it clear, you know, what we're doing here, why HART is important to the community, and how it supports the foundation, as Director McLean asked in your question, you know, how is HART a part of economic growth? And a part of this is not only for me to get an opportunity to, one, introduce myself to the region, and also hear from the region and our customers internally and externally, but also for us to really start the process of marketing the value of HART and getting people excited again about moving and working together so we can get the funding that we need. So if that means that we have to go back in 2022, it is our job to start the process of letting people know, educating them on how the dollars will be spent, finding out if the plan that was presented is still where we need to put the resources, recognizing that the future that we're seeing now is totally different than it was in 2018, And, are there opportunities to, I would say, tweak a little bit on how we're going to spend the funds, where we need to, put the service, and what types of service do we need to design? How do we focus on regionalism? How do we ensure that the urban core is being supported adequately? Are we sure that we have the right infrastructure to have bicycle lanes and pedestrian ways? All of those conversations are things that we need to start having immediately. What we don't want to do is wait until, it's time to put something on the ballot to start now introducing these concepts to the community. Let's take the time now to start it through this process. So that would be my approach.
Thank you. Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
Thank you. And Ms. LeGrand, it was great interviewing you, and thank you for all the time and the application. I think we've had just really strong applicants and good conversation. I know you were asked about your private sector, your resume and all your private sector experience that you've had, and now working also for a private sector company. I'm not asking about the past, but when you spoke, one of the things you said is looking at how you would have public-private partnerships for the future at HART. And I'm just wondering what those would be and what you're thinking about when you say that.
Sure. So in response to a question about, really understanding our budget and funding opportunities, and then looking at, the portfolio of offerings that were in the plan that was to support the surtax. For example, I would say if we're going to have a transit-oriented development, there may be opportunities to work with the private sector or developer to help with that project. And if we were to build, some sort of development or partner with them in a joint land use development where they build the facility or the building or the structures, and then we also work with them to build in some access for public transit, things like that. Those are public-private partnerships that they use in the public transit space. As well as, I know there's some plans for commuter rail. There may be opportunities, again, to work with the private sector, let's say it's CSX, as well as with the transit agency to look at ways that we can work together to advance the project. There are all sorts of different types of funding strategies that they have that FTA, the Federal Transit Administration, allows you to work with in partnership to leverage the dollars you have. The reality is that, just to use easy math, if you have $100 and there's an opportunity to use 50 of those dollars towards the project and get some partnerships for the other $50, maybe you can use the $50 that you're not spending of your own money to advance something else. So really it's about looking at opportunities where we can leverage the dollars that we have to really build more within, the confines of the regulations and what is allowed. So really that's what I mean when I talk about public-private partnerships. And there may be an elephant in the room, and I want to be very clear and deliberate. It is not my intention, nor do I have the power, if I was so fortunate to get the job to be CEO, to look at outsourcing service at HART. That is not what I mean when I say public-private partnerships. HART is a public agency, and I'm looking forward to working in a public agency and serving as a public steward. There is no appetite for me, nor do I have the background or experience in outsourcing. Again, as TransDev, I was not in business development. I actually worked in a property, and that was my background to work in operations. So again, when I talk about public-private partnerships, it's really about how do we leverage the dollars we have to build more within the same time frame. So thank you for the question.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask everybody to mute their phones when they are not speaking. Councilman Vieira, oh, there we go. Thank you. And thank you very much. Thank you very much for being willing to have a frank conversation and get into the details with us. I will tell you that we have not so far given watches to anyone on their way out, but we do have lovely crystal buses that we present, and so I wish you luck there someday. There, I see no more hands up, but would you like to just give a closing statement, or do you have any questions for us, Ms. LeGrand?
I will just give a closing statement because I know it's late in the day, but for you guys, you've been doing this for a long time. So one, I want to thank you for the opportunity to present. I want to thank you for being alert and engaged. I know it's been a long day. I've been on the other side, so I appreciate that. I do want to share that I have been so fortunate to get to engage with several of the staff here at HART, as well as to talk with the operators and also some of the mechanics yesterday. And I want to say that you have a great organization that you are leading currently, and I would be more than fortunate to continue to serve you in working with HART to continue to advance the program that they have. So I want to thank you so much for this opportunity. And again, thank you for taking the time to talk with me.
Thank you very much. And I will just thank you on behalf of the board, and thank you for taking so much time to meet with us here today and to meet with staff and ride the buses while you were here, and meet with each and every one of us board members for interviews. We appreciate your investing that time and energy into helping us make sure that we are taking HART to the next level with our next CEO. And we wish you safe travels on your way home, and say farewell with that and move on. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, board members, let's see. We have our representatives from GovHR on the call, Ms. Stevens or Ms. Katamartori. Do you have anything to add before we move into board deliberations?
No, I don't think I have anything that we need to add. We do, I guess I would say that any decision you make, maybe we need some time to make sure all of the backgrounding has been completed. So, if you select a candidate, just make, in the motion, it would be that they're pending the completion of their background check.
Oh, thank you for that point. And let me say what I'm sure we're all thinking is that you have brought us really great candidates and helped us to refine the choice down to the 4 we have before us. And I feel like we can't go wrong today. You have really done your work well and brought us wonderful candidates. Our decisions from here will be happy ones, I'm sure, whichever direction we go.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity, and also thank all of you for the time and the effort you've put into this. I know it has been lengthy today, as well as over the last couple of weeks, the time commitment that you all made to have discussions with these 4 candidates.
This is one of the most important decisions we'll make as a board, and we are all taking it very seriously and happy to put the time into it. So at this point, board members, we will now move into board deliberations. And from this point forward, I will ask you to please refer to the candidate by their candidate number as listed in the agenda, rather than their name. So in the agenda we have, and it's Roman numerals, and there's a bit of a typo on number Roman numeral 4, but what we have is candidates 1, 2, 3, and 4. And so if we will refer to them with those numbers, that might be a little bit more helpful in our discussion. I've been advised that the ideal outcome for today is for us to arrive at a top 2 candidates. So we have a clear preferred candidate plus an alternate if possible. And that way, in our final motions, we can direct staff to negotiate a contract with our preferred candidate to bring back to our December meeting. But if that contract fell through or that candidate withdrew for any reason, we could still hopefully have staff bringing us back a contract to our December meeting for the alternate. without having to back all the way up to this point again to reconsider which candidate to bring forward sometime after that. So that would be ideal. We may not get there. And of course, the primary goal is to arrive at a clear preferred choice today. So what I'd like to ask you to try, since it worked so well the last time, is for each of us to identify our top two choices, noting your top preference among the two, a preferred and an alternate, one and a two if you want, and see if that leads us to a clear board preference with an alternate. Keep in mind, this process is just a process. It's just to try to discern the will of the board. So it's half discussion, half straw poll to lead us to a place where a preference emerges. And we can then get, after that, a motion to approve that preference. But what I'd like to start out with is to recognize each board member in whatever order you raise your hands. You want to listen a bit, feel free. You want to hop out there, feel free. So each one, give your top two choices, a preferred and an alternate, and then feel free to add comments about why you are making your choice. And as we go along, you may feel free to raise your hand again to change your choices after you hear some discussion, because the point is for us to arrive at some consensus. So if you see your candidate is not going to make it, you may want to move your choice to another for the sake of that consensus. All right. I see some hands raised already. If there is any question about this process, sing out. Otherwise, I'll start with the hands doing what I just laid out. All right. Okay, everybody's raring to go. Good. Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
Sorry, I didn't have my hand raised. It's not working again.
Oh, okay. So, okay, great. Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you. And I did have my hand raised. First of all, I want to say we would be totally blessed if any of the four were selected, because every interview I had, I was like, oh, I fell in love with them. Oh my God, that is so awesome. They're just so terrific. It was just I've literally since Thursday, I've wrestled with this nonstop, because we would be blessed to have any one of these four candidates take the charge and lead with the experience they bring to the table. But in wrestling and listening today, I heard things that I think will really matter to our organization as a whole. So with that, I wish I could just throw equally to, because I can't choose between the two of them at this point. And so I'm willing to listen. But candidate 1 and candidate 4 just bring to the table, in my opinion, both of them do, a perspective that would serve us well and an experience that would serve us well. So I'm hesitant to rank either one of them, number 1 and number 2. That is almost impossible for me to choose at this point.
That's fine.
But my choices are 4 and 1 for my first two.
That's fine. And what I'll do is I'll put you down for ones for both of them.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Vieira, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. I'll agree with Commissioner Overman. 1 and 4, I think they both bring a lot to the table, and very experienced. I like their the way I would see them working with us, with other elected officials, with the employees at HART, and with all the stakeholders. And let me first say the obvious, which is that everybody brought something awesome to the table. And everybody is just to be commended and heralded for their performance, et cetera. But for me, I pick being 4 over 1. 1 brings a lot to the table. I think that 4 has the right combination of the skill set, the vision, the personality skills, et cetera, that we would want, that would merge best with the job. Again, we're looking at a lot of individuals who are, all these individuals are in the top tier, but I think that for myself is, she's the one for me. So that's my pick. Thank you.
Thank you. And next is, I have to translate Corbin to Director McLean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to echo the same sentiments as everybody. I thought all 4 candidates were superb, and I really did enjoy my conversations with them on the phone. However, I was waiting for this interview here in person because I think everybody knows you can conduct an interview differently on a phone, and it's a little bit more relaxed than in person. So my votes are similar to everybody else's. And before this, they weren't. But right now, I'm looking at 4 and 1, with 4 being the lead candidate. And primarily because of this interview, I think they both bring a wealth of experience that we can use. And they bring a wealth of understanding. So I will go with 4 and 1.
Thank you. Councilman Schisler, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I'd like to say to GovHR, great job bringing superb candidates. It was great to speak with each and every one of them, and every one of them, I like Commissioner Oberman, yeah, this is it, this is the one. But I too wanted to wait until today's discussions, and I also changed my mind on one of them. My preferences is 1 and 4. 1 primarily because I'm a firm believer in coming up through the ranks and starting at the bottom and working your way up. There's a tremendous connection that's to be had with the entire staff and everybody all up and down through the ranks and HART, that person knows that the CEO has done that before, and that connection is to me anyway, in my philosophy, is a critical connection or critical function that he or she would bring forward. Number 4, that way good performance than I was expecting. So, but I still say 1 and then 4. Thank you.
Councilman Schisler, you froze. We have you at 1 and 4 with 1 your preferred candidate.
That is correct.
And while you get resituated, I'll check back with you in a minute. We'll move on to Director Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. I pretty much am going along with everybody else. I thought candidate 4 being the primary and candidate 1 being a close second. I think that both would be tremendous leaders in for the organization, and I really like the conversation that I had with candidate 4 in the initial interview. I thought that she did a tremendous job talking about the public-private partnership portion that I know Commissioner Kemp had asked some additional questions on. But the real big thing for me at the very end, Mayor Castor actually brought up, were the way that she had the inclusion comments and the way she did weave those in for her interview. And I thought I think is going to be a tremendous catch for us if we're able to possibly offer the job to her. So candidate 4 and candidate 1 would be my decision.
Thank you. And just to confirm, you had candidate 1 as your preferred.
Candidate 4 would be my preferred. Candidate 1 would be the secondary.
Okay. And confirming Director Schisler, now that you're back in the room, I have you as 1 and 4 with number 1, your preferred.
I never left. Yes, 1 and 4 with 1 is my preferred.
Yes, you never left, but in a way, you digitally left for a moment. Okay, that brings us to Director 1 as Director Frazier.
Thank you, Chair Smith. I too want to reiterate that all 4 of the candidates were wonderful, and our consultant did a great job with narrowing them down for us. I too have candidate 4 as my top pick and candidate 1 as my second pick. And what I will say about candidate 4 that I felt during our interview and that was reiterated here today for me was that throughout my career, particularly as an attorney, I've found that it's one thing to have a technical skill set and understand the ins and outs of position, but it is a special skill set to be able to coalesce and motivate a team to go in the direction that an organization needs to go. And I think that's so critical, what we're going to need with this incoming CEO. And I believe candidate 4, with her background and just an intangible passion that she exhibits, I think has that quality in spades. And so she's my top pick.
4 is your top and 1 is your alternate. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair Smith. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. And I'm sorry, I have to decode some of these names. So Director Hudson, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My primary is candidate 4. My secondary is candidate 1. You know, I can imagine scenarios where I think any of these candidates would be the best choice, but I think the scenario that most corresponds to the reality that HART faces today is the one that I think candidate 4 is probably best equipped to confront. And so again, great job everyone on the consulting team. I think they are all great candidates, but it's on us to make the hard decision. And for me, again, I think candidate 4 is best suited, and my close number 2 would be candidate number 1.
Thank you. Director Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you. I too was torn between candidate 1 and candidate 4 before I came into the room today. And I, just as Director Schischler said, there is something to the fact that you start from the bottom and then you work your way up through the organization. And then when I heard Ms. Adelie LeGrand today, she talked about inclusion. She also talked about things that were forward thinking, and that's where we need to be. So my recommendation at this time would go with number 4 as my priority and number 1 as my second.
Thank you. Mayor Castor, you're recognized.
All right, thank you very much. I think it's all been said. Excellent candidates. Number 4, head and shoulders above, is my number 1. And I guess I'm a little different on this, but both in the personal interview and in today's presentation, I thought that number 2 did an excellent job and would be excellent at moving the organization forward.
Thank you. Director Kemp, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just want to thank HR Gov. This was a hugely different process than we had before, and it was wonderful. I also want to thank you, Chair. I think you did a great job throughout this process of facilitating a great and open discussion. And I'm one who very much appreciates that. Whether we come to an agreement or disagree and respectfully disagree or learn from it, that's great. I do want to say we did have really strong, very good candidates. All of the candidates. I was very, very impressed, and I do have a little bit different take, and it did change over time from what I maybe thought at the beginning of the process and later. But I also found number 2 to be incredibly compelling, with a really detailed presentation, but also very taken by, I think, the depth in terms of land use, in terms of planning, and in terms of a personal kind of organizational structure, relationships, moving the organization forward. It, especially today, actually created a real vision for me about how the organization could move. So I'm very enthusiastic about, I know it's not the choice of the group, but very enthusiastically support number 2. Would have been my top choice, but I know that that's not going anywhere. I also want to say that number 4, I think is very excellent. I'm very comfortable with the answers to my questions because I do not want to be privatizing any services that we already offer. I can see privatizing or having private partnerships in services that we don't do currently. In fact, that would make sense. I thought she has real depth and fluid grasp, and I care as both of them, I think, very much addressed equity as part of their presentations. And I thought both of them were very, very strong. Number 2, as I said, would have been my first choice, but I can see that that's not going to fly. I still would want that person to know that. And number 4.
Thank you. Director Knight, you're recognized.
Good afternoon and thank you. My choice, and again, thank all for, the 4 interviews. I thought they did real well as also. But my choices would be 4 and 2. And even though, 4 and 1, 4 and 1. And I'll go with 4 as the primary. And I did discuss, one of my main concerns is also I really appreciate, 1, working up the ranks. Also, had some, experience in, with the union and part of the union, the staff and everything. I wanted to make sure, and also with 4, that I touched on that and was receptive as far as sharing with I don't care, the lowest person in the company on up to the COO, that give a good relationship. Look out for the safety, the well-being. We talked on diversity and inclusion, and I like both of them, and they all both agree, but I would go with 4 as number 1, and number 1 as my second.
Okay, great. And now I will just say, and so that our consultant can convey how close this was, I will just say that number 2 would have been my first choice because of some of the things we brought out in the discussion. I was just very impressed with candidate number 2. I am thrilled to be seeing what our choices are because it looks to me from the scores I'm keeping that number 4 gets first choice for almost everybody, and where she's not a first choice, she's a very, very close second, as she is with me as well. So if anybody else has been keeping score, you can see that it really is clear the board preference is number 4 for our preferred candidate and number 1 for our alternate at this point. Now, if everybody would take their hands down, except for Commissioner Kemp, who I know is not able to take her hand down. Director Knight, can you take your hand down? What I would like to ask here before we ask for a motion is there any other discussion? Anyone that wants to add anything to the discussion? I'm just really pleased with this board and how we've been working together. So at this point, I think it's appropriate to ask for a motion to direct staff to work with our consultant. Well, I guess we direct GovHR and our general counsel to negotiate an agreement with the preferred candidate, moving to an alternate if necessary, and incorporating, all of it contingent on the screening process that Ms. Stevens mentioned at the beginning. So bring that back for the board to consider at its December meeting.
Motion to approve.
I'll second that.
Motion from Director McLean, second by Commissioner Overman. And
I have a question.
yes, who had a question?
Commissioner Overman, I have a question. I'm hearing what we're talking about. And so the steps, just to get clear with the consultant, is that we finish the background check and then we identify contract terms, and that comes back to the board for presentation. Is that how that works?
Be correct. And we would be working with your general counsel as well in that process.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I was clear, because I would imagine that contract terms still need to be worked out as part of this process. So that, dependent on how well those go, we'll move to approving a contract at the next board meeting, correct?
Correct, yeah. The goal, I think, and the intended timeline is that we would have that for you by your December meeting, but you're right, it does depend on how well that goes in identifying the terms and how amenable, the candidate is to your terms as well as you are to the candidate's request.
Excellent, thank you very much.
And this is Julie Mandel. We'll go ahead and work with the consultant to move forward with that process and look at starting at terms that are consistent with and similar to previous CEO contracts, so that there's at least some understanding of the parameters.
Right. So we have a motion on the floor by Director McLean, second by Commissioner Overman. Is there any other discussion about the motion? None. Let's take a roll call vote.
Good afternoon, this is Danielle. Mayor Castor,
Yes.
Director Hudson,
Yes.
Director Johnson,
Yes.
Director Kemp,
Yes.
Director Knight,
Yes.
Director McLean,
Yes.
Director Overman,
Yes.
Director Schisler,
Yes.
Chair Smith,
Yes.
Director Fraser,
Yes.
Director Vieira,
Yes.
Director Williams.
Yes.
Unanimously, thank you.
Well, my goodness, I couldn't be happier and more proud of our consultant and our staff and our board. And please, Ms. Stevens, convey our great thanks to all the candidates for their willingness to go through this process with us. I know that we are all feeling that HART is on the verge of a new day. And I think we have, all of us, a lot to be proud of, moving through this process so quickly with a lot of hard work through challenging times and technical challenges. So thank you very much. Ms. Stevens, is there anything you'd like to say as we move to the next step?
I want to thank you for the opportunity that we had to work with you. Also want to thank your staff, Lena and Crystal and Danielle were extraordinarily helpful to us, particularly over the last couple of weeks as we tried to work through all the logistics and all of the scheduling. And then I don't know if Joellen, you'd like to add anything else, but again, we've really appreciated the opportunity to work with you, and I'm glad that you felt that you had some strong candidates.
Yes, thank you. And Charlene said everything very well, so thank you very much. And we're very happy that you're happy.
Thank you, Ms. Kadamatori. You've got a great team there, and you have served us well. You're continuing to serve us well as we go through this last step. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Well, board members, that was really great work, but we have a little bit left to accomplish on this agenda. We got a little longer than we meant to in the beginning. So we are still on item 9 in our agenda. And I encourage you to just turn your screen off and eat as we move through the rest of it. All right. Find my way back up in the agenda to number 9. Oh, yes. This is an action item for the board, so
I just want to remind everybody that we have to have a physical quorum in place here for us to continue to conduct business. And so I don't know that I think right now we have that, but if we lose any more members here, we're going to have a problem. So I just want us to know that going forward. Thank you.
right. Our next action item is the proposed service modifications. Ms. Mandel, can you tell by visual count, or do we need to take a roll call to make sure we still have a quorum present?
Danielle, I think you have, we did lose one member who's physically present. So we're okay here. I don't think we need a roll call vote at this point. We will when we start taking actions.
Okay. Mr. Justin Willett, Senior Planner, and Donnie Murray, Senior Community Engagement Specialist, will give us a presentation on the 2021 proposed service modifications. You're recognized.
Thanks so much. Justin Willett's here with Donnie Murray, and I'm going to get right into it and respect everyone's time. I'm a senior planner in the Service Development Department. Donnie Murray is a Senior Community Engagement Specialist, and we're just going to give you a brief overview of the service changes proposed for January 2021 that most of you have seen many times. So we've condensed this presentation, and we'll get through it quickly and then have some additional backup slides if we need to revisit any of the recommendations for further review. Next slide. So we'll do a quick little background and then give you a high-level overview of the changes. And then Donnie will step in and talk more extensively about our public input and our outreach and the community involvement we did. And then we'll give some time for Q&A. Next slide. And next slide again. So a little bit of background here. Our goals at the outset of this were to align demand based on ridership from pre-COVID, but also factoring in where our ridership remained fairly steady across the network. Focus on safety and efficiency and review operator comments and community concerns, and then to maximize our resources to plan for uncertainties surrounding the surtax, future funding levels, and the pandemic that we're within. Next slide. So our timeline, we got the results of some technical work in June of 2020. We got board approval to begin outreach in July. We got public input through from August to October. And we had our public hearing on October the 7th from 5:30 to 7 with a physical presence. We did arrange for that, but we did not have any in-person attendance, which was fine considering the pandemic, but we did want to provide that opportunity at Marion Transit Center. We've got the board of directors approval. Hopefully we'll get that today. And the changes will be tentatively scheduled for January 2021. Next slide. So some of the additional changes that we're moving forward with, we are continuing to move forward with a reduction in frequency on routes 6 and 34 from 15 to 20 minutes, reducing frequency on Route 46 on Brandon Boulevard, modifying a minor schedule change to Route 25 LX to stagger it more evenly between the 360 LX that's hourly from Brandon to McDill, reducing frequency of trips on the 24 LX from 5 to 3 in the morning and PM peaks, and then removing routes 20X and 75 LX. Also removing 4 of the 5 flex services and partially replacing several of them, except for Town and Country. Some new revisions from the first phase of outreach is that we were proposing to reduce the frequency frequency on routes 1 and 400, Florida and Nebraska avenues. We have since revised that to keep them at 15-minute frequency during the weekday. We've modified routes 9 and 16 just slightly. Route 9's modification will be from Ybor into downtown, and Route 16 is going to turn around in the Sulphur Springs area just a little bit differently. And we have proposed to keep the HART Flex South County until staff can come up with a better solution for Sun City Center and the Wamama area. Next slide. So high level, we've adjusted a handful of routes. We've added service on Cypress with Route 10. It's a completely new route. It is very similar to an old route. It just serves West Shore a little bit differently and does not have service to the Social Security Administration. We will now serve that in both directions with the combined Route 30 from the Northwest Transfer Center and from downtown. We have extended Route 14 further south into South Tampa to Britton Plaza. We've extended Route 38 out Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard down Parsons Avenue to the Brandon Mall. And we have added a new Route 44 to the community north of Fletcher to reconnect the University area CDC and several communities between Florida Avenue and 22nd Street. We have proposed to reduce the 275LX to a weekday pattern just downtown to the University area in Wiregrass, and then the weekend pattern just on Bruce B. Downs from Wiregrass to University area. We've continued with the plan to reduce frequency on Route 6, 24LX, 33, 34, and 46. And then we are still proposing to remove the service I noted on the previous slide. Next slide. This is the proposed system map. I know it's a little bit small, but you can see in green our frequent service network of 15 and 20-minute routes. The blue routes are all 30-minute frequency for the weekday. The purple are hourly. Some of those are local, some of those are limited express. And then the orange is peak only express routes, 24 and 25LX. Next slide. The financial impacts we're currently estimating are around $2 to $2.5 million per year by purely the reduction in annual service hours based on the marginal cost of service at $65 an hour. We're reducing our peak vehicles between flex and fixed route by 21, which is approximately 12%. And as you can see, about a 6.5% reduction in annual service hours. Next slide. And now I'm going to hand it over to Donnie Murray so he can talk through some of our engagement efforts.
Great. So my name is Donnie Murray. I'm the Senior Community Engagement Specialist. I'm going to go over the feedback we received and then just in general how we made the community aware about the opportunity to comment. Next slide, please. So in general, we had multiple avenues for the community to submit feedback, both physically and digitally. And our main approach really to get that on the ground feedback was through our in-person events at transit centers and our transfer centers and through our virtual meetings as well. Next slide. So we broke it down kind of into two different phases. Our first phase was between mid-August to mid-September, where we went into specific areas that we knew we had some different scenarios for different routes. We had a survey available during this phase one. So we looked at some areas and we wanted to make sure we could weed out some initial adjustments that might be needed and to discuss the routes with those different scenarios. So we hosted some virtual town halls, both in English and Spanish, and then went to our major transit and transfer centers at various times of the day, both peak hours and then off peak, reaching people of all times of the day. Next slide. So looking at phase one's feedback, Justin and his team made those revisions to the plan. There was quite a few routes that he made some minor tweaks to based on that initial feedback. So then we took that refined plan more broadly out to the community, visiting more transit and transfer centers, holding additional English and Spanish town halls, having those flyers in English and Spanish at those transit and transfer centers and available online, and then holding that final public hearing that was both in person and online. We also made sure that that public hearing had a call-in feature, so for people that didn't have internet access, they could still participate and listen in. Next slide. And in general, we wanted to make sure that people, again, knew about, they could submit a comment on these feedbacks. We wanted to hear what the community had to say about the services that they're using. So we used a combination of digital assets that HART has, for example, all of our online sources, social media, phone apps, and things like that. We also utilized our in-person places at all of our transit and transfer centers, so a lot of physical locations. And we made sure that we broadcast the information to the media, to the community, to our partners and stakeholders. Then also made sure that we were reaching riders across the county, riders with limited and online access, and then diverse populations as well. So we made sure to focus on newsprint ads. We made sure to focus on urban and Spanish radios as well. Next slide. And of course, another component is making sure that we listen to the feedback from our employees as well. So we talked to employees multiple times and opened up online channels to hear their feedback as well and talk to them about some more operational feedback that they had. Next slide. So in total, we received 123 comments and we reached 1,320 people at our transit and transfer centers over the course of 116 hours of employees and HART staff on the ground, plus those 8 virtual meetings and then the final 1 public hearing. Next slide. So here is a breakdown of the comments that we heard by routes. And these are comments that are made by people who took extra time to talk with us. And also that one comment can represent a multitude of people. Maybe they're representing their neighborhood association or their apartment complex or their office building, or even just representing the fellow riders that they ride on their buses every single day. And these numbers also don't reflect some of the survey results that we received and a lot of those anecdotal conversations we had both with riders in the community and our internal employees to kind of gauge sentiment. So I've highlighted the routes that we heard about the most, and there were a good amount of changes that people were glad to see. So people supported the return of service to USF with the Route 5, the combining of Route 30 and 35, making Northdale part of regular bus service with the Route 33, extending service onto Parsons and Brandon with that Route 38, fixing the one-way loop and transfers with the Route 42 in the university area, and then restoring service to 22nd Street and Sinclair Hills with the Route 44. Some other changes that received positive support were the addition of Route 10 on Cypress Street, and then the return of service in West Tampa's Main Street with the Route 7. And the proposals that received some unfavorable feedback were about the frequency reductions and about HART Flex. So we did our best to address these concerns by keeping the South County Flex, as was mentioned, and then keeping the frequency of 2 of those 4 most productive routes. And generally, I would say that people understood why we were having to make that 5-minute frequency decrease, but they still wanted to provide a comment so that they could still advocate for better service and that their voice could still be heard. Some other comments that we received during this process, a large number of those comments were also about just requests for better service and ideas for better service in general throughout the entire network. And most of those we actually already had included in our first year plans for utilizing the all for transportation tax. So I feel like we have a pretty good gauge on what the community needs and what they're asking for and having plans in place to do that, hopefully, in the future. And next slide, the other major comment we heard was about people requesting for service to be returned to normal levels from COVID. So we do plan on restoring all local routes to their regular schedule starting on November 15th. And if we go to the next slide, that is all I have for our public input overview. And we will take any questions that you have about going into the route specifics or the feedback that we received.
Thank you very much. Board members, I'm afraid we may be losing a quorum if we don't get to this quickly, but are there any questions? Comments? Yes, Commissioner Kemp.
Thank you. I'll be quick. I'm supporting it. I think it's good. I'm glad we're returning to regular service. I'm pleased that the 20LX was cut. And I'll just say that I still have my concerns about the 275LX, where 54% of the ridership is between USF and Wesley Chapel, and yet that we're supporting that with our dollars when we're so stretched so thin that we are so many routes that we can't do that we should be doing within Hillsborough County. I feel it's more a benefit to Pasco than to us. So that concerns me. I'll continue to voice that as a concern.
Thank you. Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you. Just a quick question. Of all of the recommendations, there was only one that stood out as being against, and that's on the changes on Route 34. Is that primarily due to frequency, or were there other collective complaints about that change?
Yeah, the Route 34 was about the frequency. So as I mentioned, people mainly wanted to advocate for the service to stay at 15 minutes instead of the 20 minutes. That was the main comment they were making about.
Great. Thank you very much. That answers my question.
Councilman Schisler, you're recognized.
Great presentation. I'd like to move to approve the resolution R 2020-11-46.
Correct.
Second.
We've got a motion to approve by Councilman Schisler, second by Commissioner Overman. Let's take a roll call vote and hope we still have enough present to.
This is Danielle from HART. Director Castor?
Yes.
Director Hudson?
Yes.
Director Johnson?
Yes.
Director Kemp? Director Knight? Director McLean?
Yes.
Director Overman?
Yes.
Director Schisler?
Yes.
Director Smith?
Yes.
Director Fraser?
Yes.
Director Vieira?
Yes.
Director Williams?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Chair Smith, we can't hear you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Surprised that hasn't happened more often. We're moving to agenda item 10, second and final reading and adoption of revisions to the HART Board policies. Ms. Mandel, you are recognized. Ms. Mandel, sorry, I sprung that on you kind of quick. You're recognized to take us through item 10 if we still have a quorum present.
Can you not hear me? Oh, you can hear me now? Okay, okay. Yes, and for the record, we do still have a quorum present at Hillsborough County Center. This is the second and final reading and adoption of revisions to the board policies. You have in front of you also the resolution you will need to adopt. This did go through the Finance Committee without a lot of discussion. I'm just going to very briefly touch on what these changes are. If you have questions or you want more information, let me know, but I know you're trying to get through all this. The first change is to the travel, section 120.05, the travel policy for board member, CEO, and other employees. The policy was expanded and provides more guidance to CEO, board members, employees for traveling for HART business. I'm not going to go through the specific changes unless you would like me to. You do have those in front of you. But they were done in a manner consistent with other agencies. The second section is section 140, duties and staff of the general counsel, 140.03. Mr. Smith, I believe, had previous conversations with you regarding the need to revise this section of the policy manual to make it clear the division of labor between the in-house counsel and the general counsel, as well as who has the authority to direct the general counsel to take action, to take on activities or do certain work. So that's in here, and that does clarify it. And I think the most probably critical thing is if there's an issue as to whether or not the general counsel is supposed to move forward with a specific item of work, and the general counsel and the CEO are not able to agree as to who that work goes to or how that work is effectuated, that the decision is made by the chair. The third change is to section 210.06, which was previously known as telephonic communication, but I have revised that, and it's in your packet, to have it known as community media technology participation. Obviously, with COVID, we've changed the way we do our operations, and the executive order out of the governor no longer is in place. So what this change does is it provides for having hearings through communication media, or meetings through communication media technology, which includes this type of setup as we have today. It does keep in place the 2 regular board meetings for the CMT participation in the event of exigent or emergency circumstances. However, it does provide that if the board, a majority of the board votes to conduct its meetings via the CMT and in person, a hybrid meeting as we're doing today, then individual directors can attend the hybrid meeting through the CMT so long as we have a quorum in place, which is exactly what we've done today. And it does request that the directors let us know, let Lena and Danielle know who's going to be in attendance, because as I've said, you have to have a physical quorum in place. Assuming you adopt this policy, what I'm going to need to happen at your December meeting, we've covered this meeting by previous actions of this board. We're at the December meeting, we're going to need to take an action to have all of the meetings be in as a hybrid meeting as we're doing today until such time as there's a majority of vote to change it back to the regular type of meeting. So with that change, we'll need to effectuate that in the December meeting. The next item is a change to Section 430 Substance Abuse Program Policy. These are updates that were triggered by an FTA audit that stated some of the components of the policy were outdated or redundant, and so those changes that are in front of you are done so to effectuate the changes recommended by the FTA. And finally is changes to the procurement manual, and there's some detail in what it is, but the majority of these changes were brought about through the work of Carlton Fields when they went through our procurement manual policies for deviations from the policy, and these were made in response. Specifically, Section 2-300 deals specifically with deviations from the procurement manual that were recommended by Carlton Fields, and it provides a clear definition of a deviation, sets request and approval process for all deviations, and limits number of approved deviations. Section 2-401 deals with changes to the procurement manual, which is kind of some cleanup stuff, and also clarifies the authority of the chief executive officer for approval of deviations. Section 3-207.02 deals with the selection of legislative consultants and legal services, and it was revised to specify how the process works for general counsel legal services, but that other services such as general litigation, personnel services, workers' compensation shall be considered standard services and will still be subject to the competitive selection process, but not have to go to the ad hoc committee. And these are situations where you have a one-off piece of litigation or something like that that comes up, and you need to find somebody very quickly. So not having to require those types of services to go through this entire the ad hoc committee process, but allow just to go through the your general procurement process to be able to bring somebody on board, and typically that's something that needs to happen relatively quickly. The section was also revised to include the services procured through the ad hoc committee related to the recruitment of the chief executive officer as the board has requested. We've just gone through this process, and I think everybody would agree that it worked very well. Section 7.109, paragraph 6 deals with the treatment of specific costs. Certain paragraphs were removed. There's some cleanup that was done, and because those are not really relevant to how we currently do business. I'm sorry I went through that very quickly, but we had a long day, and I want to make sure that we could get these approved, or if there's any questions that we could be available for answering those questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that speedy reading of them. We do have them all in our backup, and we've seen much of it before. And I know people are trying to get out to some other appointments they have. So is there a motion to approve Resolution 2020-1147, adopting all those revisions to HART Board policies as specified in your agenda backup?
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Who made the motion?
Schisler.
Schisler, thank you. And second by Commissioner Overman. Let's take a roll call vote.
It was actually seconded by Director Williams for chair.
Let's take a roll call vote.
Thank you. Director Castor?
Yes.
Director Hudson?
Yes.
Director Johnson?
Yes.
Director Kemp?
Yes.
Director Knight? Director McLean?
Yes.
Director Overman?
Yes.
Director Schisler?
Yes.
Chair Smith?
Yes.
Director Fraser?
Yes.
Director Vieira?
Yes.
Director Williams?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Phew. All right. That was our last action item. We still have a couple of reports to dispose of. But those of you with meetings, we understand if you've been here 5 hours already and you need to get to your 2 o'clock. So next is the interim CEO report. Ms. Burkhart, you're recognized.
I'm sorry, this is Julia Mandel. If I could just clarify, we are losing our quorum in-house, but that is, since we're not going to be taking action on any of these items, it's acceptable for us to go forward on our information reports. Thank you.
Right. Great. Thank you. We're lucky we got this much work done and kept our quorum. So I appreciate everybody staying a little later than they and being a little late for their next appointments. So with that, Ms. Burkhart, you're recognized for your report.
And thank you to this board and for your time today. I really, in the interest of time, know that we need to go, so I will be submitting a report to you, and you'll receive that shortly this afternoon or tomorrow morning. I didn't want to keep you here any longer, but very much appreciate your time today.
Great, thank you. And the chair's report will be even briefer, none. With that, Ms. Mandel, do you have a general counsel report?
There is no general counsel report for today. Thank you.
The rest of the reports, number 15 through 18 listed in the agenda are in your packets. So you have those. If there are any questions for staff about any of that material, speak now or get in touch with staff after the meeting, one-on-one. We have then only to ask for, is there any old business? Seeing none, any new business?
Chair, this is Director Williams. I came in late, so I wanted to officially recognize and acknowledge our new board members. Director Upshaw Frazier, welcome, and Director Johnson, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Williams, I know we're very lucky to have them stepping up, and sorry that we couldn't make more ado of it in this tight schedule, but I appreciate you welcoming them.
30, excuse me, Gil Schussler for 30 seconds. I'd like to go on record as stating how much staff has worked through all this, all the confusion and everything since February and March, and all the great help that they've given to me as a director, and I'm sure all the others. And I just wanted to go on record just saying thank you to everybody that's working. They're working their tails off. Thank you.
I'd like to
Absolutely. Absolutely. These have been challenging times, and staff has really stepped up in so many ways from the ground up, from the ranks through the chief level, taking on extra work to see HART through. So I hope everyone in HART is feeling as optimistic as we are today about turning a page and moving forward with great new leadership. I'm really pleased. Many thanks to Danielle Arthur and Lena Pettit, and also to our county technical staff, James Brewer, as always, and Mr. Dan, who started us off today. Thank you for getting us through this first hybrid meeting. It all worked very well. We got a lot of important work done. So, but I think that is all we have for today, and we can adjourn. Yes, let's adjourn the meeting. Thank you. Everybody
Thank you,
stay.
everyone. Thank you.
So long, everyone.
Thank you.